Hey, I clicked start streaming. Yo! Hello! Oh. Hello! Good morning! Good morning, good morning, good morning! How you guys doing?
Cakez got 0 res, and that full release is never dropping.
Yo, guys. Oh shit, I still have that. Whoops. Get rid of that. Let me check if I have the bot active too. Give me a sec. Give me a sec. No, we don't. Okay. Cakez fart. See you later, alligator. Good morning, Reticide, Iffy, Snoggleball, Necropolis, a day, Cakez fart, goodbye, Reticide again, and Hobbly Gobbly, Rafi, Iffy, Sensori. 70 isn't working? Oh, it should work. Look at this, my brothers. Watch. Boing. Boing.
Am I so out of touch?
Oh.
No.
Real Supercoo just subscribed.
It's a bit high.
Cakez 7 Shaw.
I probably need to move them down a bit. But hey. This is now the item selection in the game. In-game item. No. Slash in-game chest open. Yeah.
Sag.
The position. Let me change that for a second here. Menu position plus vector 2.
Make
Menu
a good game and
position.
don't market it.
0 and then
The money
20
will come to
pixels
you.
down. Blabbering, look at what I did off stream. Hello, collector of stuff. Good morning. Hope you're having a good day too. I'm running 3 minutes of ads, so we don't have ads for a minute. That's... Plus 10 maybe. So my brothers, today we are going to work on gameplay. I'm working currently on giving you guys more items to drop. Give me a sec. Minus spacing divided by 1.8. 1.8 maybe? Nah, let's do 1.6. 1.6. Super cool. Why do you use that emote? I don't understand that at all. There you go. Why would you add this? Why would I add what? Hello AQ, good morning, hope you're doing good. My brothers, hope you had a good weekend, hope you have a good week so far, hope everything's going good for you, hope you make good games, hope you're having a fun day so far, hope everything is
and you'll be stronger.
fine. Then
Good game will sell nonetheless. The money will come to you.
Mr. Almeida, good morning.
Hello.
So basically what I want to do, guys, is today I want to work on making the game fun, aka I want to code it in a way where the player constantly gets upgrades and is rewarded for their time playing, even if they lose. Fun, yeah, basically fun, aka engagement in a way, so that you have a reason to keep playing, something to look forward to. And it's about time, yeah. Super cool. Mr. Collector of Stuff is right about that, because it's been a long time. I've been procrastinating on that front for a long time, and the reason for that is because I just didn't know how to properly do that. So for example, right now, let me show you. These rats here, they are supposed to drop items. The enemies that have this color in the story mode, they are supposed to drop items, but not every time you encounter them. Because if you were to every time get an item you encounter this one, then all you need to do is play until round 3. He's gonna drop an item, then you restart the level, you play until round 3, he's gonna drop an item, and so on and so forth. So I can't just make these rats drop an item every time you defeat them, otherwise people would abuse it. And the best example of that is Diablo 3. Do you remember when Diablo 3 came out, what was the best strategy to farm uniques? That's right. You killed a lot of monsters. That's what you think. You're totally wrong. The best strategy was to run around in the world and open chests. That's all you did. You would ignore all the monsters because they didn't have high enough of a drop chance. You would just constantly farm chests. You don't believe me? Watch this. Diablo 3 chest farming simulator. Best chest farming run. There's literally images of just farming chests.
When will you finally do what you always talk about and stream yourself?
Oh my god, it's starting again. Shut the fuck up!
Hi.
Stupid. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, meow. Cakes, you didn't get a rest over the weekend. I did. So yeah, anyways, so that's what I'm trying to work on today, and I've started working on this yesterday evening, and I'm currently, what I'm doing is a little bit more of an advanced strategy where, ooh, I got the lantern tier 2, but the lantern doesn't, like, the lantern is kind of bad right now, but it's a tier 2 upgrade, so I should probably pick it. Cakes, thoughts on the community poll? I'm not going to engage with anything that you do, Mr. Rico, because everything you do is just toxic. Your literal last message was, I can't believe that someone who says that a good game will sell itself is trying to work on his capsules, his Steam capsules. So like, you're deliberately misinterpreting anything I say. Marketing, yeah. It doesn't need marketing. You're deliberately misinterpreting everything I say, trying to be contrarian, so I'm not going to engage with anything you do until you change what you do.
I love
so I don't care what your poll was. I don't even remember the poll, and so I don't care.
Steal a bastard, no clue, no knowledge, no games.
Hello everyone, fuck you, okay. Why not make item levels, and you can farm low level items, but all you get is low level... No. So basically, the solution is simple. The solution is that I add in a progression mechanism to the drops that makes this rat drop items sometimes. Not all the time, but sometimes. And it's dependent also on the units that are placed. So for example, in Bloons, when you place a new unit for the first time, they gain levels really fast and experience really fast, and they unlock their upgrades really fast for the first couple of rounds, and then it obviously slows down. So, for example, if I have not placed the mage yet, and so I can't drop any items for the mage because I'm not using him. So the only items that I'm dropping is items for the defender right now. Now, why do I do this? The reason why I do this is because if you don't use something, maybe you just don't want to use it. So then it is better for you if you can just spend the time on the one unit that you want to upgrade and only get stuff for that unit. So for example, right now I'm only using the defender, and that will make the defender stronger. Cakez, since 7TV is down, can you do the impression of every emote we type in chat? Yeah, sure, bro. So for example, I think this is around 7 right now. And there should be another enemy spawning. And so what I did off stream was I was calculating a proper way, hopefully a proper way, to, let me see, so that is B, and then item drop. I think this is here. Yes. So I was trying to figure out a good way to calculate when to drop an item, depending on, let's say, maybe experience earned or the different round. And so I had some idea in terms of, okay, well, if I earned this much XP, I add the XP together, I get the average level of my team, and I divide the experience points by the average level of the team. That gives me 85% or a flat 85 value. And so then an item drop, let's say, has 1,000, has 1 in 1,000. Now, after the change, that would be 1 plus 85, which 85 in 1,000. In 1,000. Now, I did this, right? But that resulted, let's open up a calculator. 80, let me see, 86 divided by 1,000. That is 8%. That is an 8% drop chance. Now that's fine, right? But I feel like that's a bit too low. After gaining this much XP, that's for 2 rounds. And so it all depends on how I do this. But right now what I do is, based on the kills that are happening, every time I kill an enemy, I track the kills. And I'm currently tracking this on the level state. But I will probably track this on the save game, so that it will always be tracked properly. I take the kills, I get the average level of the team. Why is it so laggy? See that? Bruh. I get the average level of the team, and then I divide the kills by the average level of the team. And then I add the kills on top of the drop chance to make it more likely that a chest drops. And so I've played around with some values, and now on round 7, did I already drop an item? I don't know. I guess I didn't, but this one should drop me an
Master
item. And this is what it looks like.
The calculations are in and
Let's see.
the powers of your brain are
So
overwhelming.
right now we have killed a silver rat, and the silver rat had a drop chance of 1 and an item drop dot max drop chance. So that's basically in 60. And so I have 79 kills, which will make it 100% drop, which means I have just reached round 7 for the first time. And so I am going to guaranteed get a drop right now. And so why do I do this? Because before I wasn't able to get enough item drops. for my party and I couldn't progress further. I was stuck at having one item on most of my units. And so I'm talking to you guys! I'm talking to you! I'm explaining my game to you because I'm making my game on stream! I'm talking to you guys! I want to have a conversation about the game! Game development! That's what I'm doing! Bro! Holy! These dummies in chat! Holy stupid idiots! Guten Tag! Oh my god! Why not make the item levels and you can farm low level? Why not?
What did I do?
No.
No, I'm sorry.
Tell us more, Cakez.
What the fuck is that? Microsoft Office? I didn't want to start that trash. Jesus, I'm sorry. Oh my god.
Oh, don't worry, collector of stuff. You can watch someone else. Wait, I'll help you watch someone else. See you later. See you in 3 minutes, bitch. Okay, and so what I'm going to do today is I will try to play the game and try to balance it in a way where we introduce we play the game a lot, we see how many chests are dropped, what items we get, and we'll see if introducing enemies that deal damage early on is a good idea or not. Because that's the one mechanic that I still haven't worked on. How you doing, by the way? Kuapa. QR. Good morning on YouTube. Hope you're doing good, bro. And Ronnie and Minimal Telephone and Piotr. Good morning, guys. How many levels? I would like to add a new level today, too. We'll see how far we get. And I also want to build a new level preview. Inspired by this. But there's a lot of things that I want to do. We'll see how far we get, right? But let's first see here. So, ooh, we almost got the shield, bro. Can we get the shield this time? Oh, I got the shield, dude. See that, bro? Fake? No, it's not fake. That's not fake, bro. When will you add more themes? Isn't that the most critical thing right now for marketing, Cakez? No, not yet. Because right now I need to work on the gameplay aspect. And also I will probably delete my demo version from Steam. Imagine wasting the player's time on drops that don't matter at all. No, the drops will matter. We can now finally drop them and use them in the game. What are you talking about? Of course they can matter. So the shield right now, for example, this could be used to block attacks. Why delete demo? So the reason why I'm thinking about deleting my demo, Superku, is because, or let's say make the demo, deactivate the demo, is because I don't want any big streamer to play my demo version in this state right now. I want to build it up more, generate more hype, and then release it again. Prime didn't play. But he can play in the future. And so I want to make sure that he can't until I'm ready for him to play it properly. I want to play the game. I get that some people of you would like to play the game, but I feel like I need to go back into the lab one more time. And the Pirate Software also did not play. Demo is for demo, bro. Yeah, but the demo does not reflect the full game yet. It's not done. So it's not really a demo. It's more like an alpha test. It's more like an alpha version. Prime is busy non-programming. No, he will play in the future, I'm pretty sure. We need early access here, but again, so I will probably private the demo at the end of the stream today. Most likely. I will do some more research, but the only thing that I can actually do is deactivate the demo. I cannot keep it online for you guys. I tried to look this up, but I didn't find anything on that. Look at player count, no one wants it. That's exactly why I want to private the demo, because the feedback is already there. I know about the feedback. Now I need to build up the demo again. Give you guys a new demo version to test out. Release it again. The only thing that bothers me is, can I keep activating and deactivating the demo? I don't know if I can only do this once. If I can only do this once, then I have a problem. I would like to do this only sporadically or temporarily. Activate the demo temporarily, get a lot of feedback, and then deactivate it again so that I could make it better and not have something out that might not be up to the standard that I want it to be. It can't be limited. Can I get the helmet update before you take it offline so I can play that version until the new one, Cakez? I don't think you can, because I'm going to probably... Either I'm going to wipe the save games, or we'll see, because I'm going to change the save game. I've already changed the save game off stream to now have... Where is it? 18 kilobytes instead of 13 megabytes. I have drastically reduced the data for the save game. But being able to support all of the older versions when I'm drastically changing the game, I don't think that's a smart idea, because yeah. So yeah. Cakez refuses to update the game to fix crashes because he doesn't know how to use version control properly. What are you talking about? I'm constantly updating the game. Anyway, so that's what I'm thinking. I did like 2 hours. I did like 2 hours. And I was positively surprised how later my tactic was totally destroyed with range attacking enemies. Yeah, so that's exactly what we need to work on as well. So yeah, I'm gonna get the wooden shield, and I'm also going to add in more tier 2 items today for the defender to add to the item pool. And so we're gonna reset the game a lot today, keep replaying it, and then we'll see. I'm also a little bit confused why it's not dropping me tier 1 defensive items, because I already have two tier 2 items now. Yeah, I will finish a Godot. Haha, funny. What do you think of potentially using the Steam playtest feature instead? I don't know if I can, Superco. I want to do that. If you can help me set it up, for sure. So this is the wave I'm talking about. These enemy rats are actually supposed to attack you, but they use a... what is it called? They use an attack called... What is the attack called, actually? rat_undead. I haven't done it yet, Clueless. Yeah, so I tried looking into this. I haven't found anything on that. They use an ability called Scratch. Ability _Scratch. No, at the top here. And this has a range of 10. I might have to increase the range by 5 pixels because they never attack. This wave is bad. Yeah, so now they start attacking. Because it's too many undead rats that attack this guy, and he can barely defend himself. Now I have ways to heal my dudes, right? But I think when I'm introducing these rats, that should be... And so yeah, basically... I have tested the rounds till round 8. And that's it. If you do it for me, Cakez... okay, bro. If he removes the demo, we'll be able to say demo when again. True. It appears on the game store page for potential customers to opt in if they want to test it, and then the playtest goes live. And when the playtest goes live, and then the developer can say how many people he wants to give access to at a time. If you do it for me. I never said it, if you do it for me. Anyways, we'll look at this later. They even have a video about it. Why not? When you introduce enemies attacking, make a slower rat that deals really small amounts of health, because that round would be terrible because there's so many of them. Yes, this round is terrible. Well, we have to design this in a way, right? Because round 8 is the first round where I introduce armored enemies. I feel like the crawling skeletons are a little bit too easy. Let's replay this again. So restart, get to round 8. I think they're too easy to defeat. And so either they need more HP or something else. Steam playtest setup video. Okay, we'll take a look at that as well. Where did you look? The Steamworks docs have tons of info about playtests. I looked at my store page. Let me see. I'll look at that. Give me a second. Here. Where's my store page? Here. Is this the correct one? So I was looking at Tangy TD or the demo. And was trying to figure out, or was it here? Maybe the demo. I don't know. It doesn't load right now, so let's keep playing. And I didn't find... So let's see here. I want to see what I get in terms of data when I... Item drop. Mark as A. Let's see. Oh, I see. I do have... whatever that's called, a breakpoint there. So I have 12 kills. The drop chance is 100, 1 out of 100, so 12. The random int in this case is 63. So we have a 12% drop chance for the first rat. So this is what I was talking about earlier. We have killed 51 units until this rat wait, until this rat appeared. Our average level for the team is 5 though. So we divide those by 4. Now we only get 12% increase, which makes it less likely that this rat is going to drop an item, but it's still possible. So you can still kind of farm the first rat for items, but the more levels you gain along while doing so, it will be less and less efficient. I would like to implement some sort of cooldown feature where this rat cannot give you an item for the next... Where this rat cannot give you an item until you killed another rat that gave you another item. I would like to implement a guard protection against this, but for now I'm just gonna leave it in because that's the best system I came up with. And it works reasonably well. It's not the best system. So yeah, anyways, I was looking at here. That's what I was looking at. Steam private game. Let me see here. I was looking at all of this stuff, and so I went into the demo, and then we have the demo here. And the only thing I can do is deactivate the demo. And so if I deactivate the demo, then I would need to build a playtest. So this would have to go offline, and I would have to add in a playtest. I was hoping I could turn this into a playtest, but I don't think that's possible. The only thing that I can do here is deactivate the demo and then upload a new version somewhere else that is then the playtest. Though right now there's nothing to playtest. So I would just deactivate the demo and build a playtest for the next, I don't know, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, and then upload the playtest. That's what I could be able to do. So what do you guys think? Raid and run. Oh, Togglebit, thank you so much for the raid. I didn't see that. Welcome, you guys. Hello. Did you get a shout out? Yeah, someone give him a shout out, please. Welcome, you guys. Hope you had a good weekend so far. Today we are going to work on gameplay on the tower defense game. And I will tell you when you can play the game, Mr. Togglebit. Currently working on a good version, so that you have more fun. Pretty sure you're gonna like the new demo when it's out. Rico would have shouted him out right away, Nails. Ah, okay, Genussnippel, sure, bro. Such a liar. It's insane. I looked and couldn't find it, instead just looking at the docs. I did look at the docs, you're wrong. So, you're assuming something, because I only show you something. Wait. I still have more stuff open. Okay, I might have already closed the tab, but I was looking at Steam demos. Can't find it right now. But I was also looking at the docs for demos, and the demos, and they literally told me that the only thing that you can do is private demos. So this might be... No, this is something else. So I was looking at this too, but that's something else. So yes, I did look at the docs, and the docs about this told me that once I have a demo out, I can... Let's see. Steam demos. Free demos. No, Steam demos. Deactivate. Did I have this? Easy way to hide demos and freebies. Yeah, so I was trying to find like what I could do, but demos. Yeah, see, that's why is this link purple? Huh? Why is this link purple? Because I clicked on it and read it. Oh, but why don't you read the documentation? Well, because I did. And so here, the only thing that you can do is disable the demo. There's no way to change it into a playtest. So, yeah, that's the only thing. Hello, Pi. Good morning, bro. But did you understand it, Cakes? Read the docs. Fishy Dev, do you have something in your ears, maybe? I did read the docs, sir. I did read them, and I couldn't find information about turning... why am I even arguing with these dumb idiots? It's insane, man. We're wasting our time arguing about something completely useless. It doesn't matter, my brothers. What matters is that we make the game better, and then, work on a playtest. I'm going to deactivate the demo today, so if you want to play it now. And then I'm going to activate it again when we have a little bit more levels. You cannot convert demo to a playtest. That's what I thought, yeah. Probably even spent, yeah. So anyways, that's what we're gonna do. So we're going to play the game a little bit more today. And up until round 7, the game feels great. And we need to now redesign, I feel like, redesign the crawling skeleton. Because I think they are too easy to beat. Okay, let's see. Do I still have the breakpoint here? I hope. I don't? Bro, so there's supposed to be a breakpoint. There's always supposed to be a breakpoint so I can debug these values. Why do you need to deactivate it? What's the problem? So, I'm gonna say this again because there's some new people here. I had a demo version out on Steam for 2 years for my old game. That demo version over time gained stats, and we were able to look at the stats, and I can probably show you the old stats right now. If I go into, I think it was the test builds, then we go a bit higher, right? Let me see. Let me see. No, not here. I have on my private Google Drive, demo stats over time. Yeah, I have a Google Docs document. So data taken before demo release. This is what it looked like. I had 232 players quit in the first 10 minutes, and then about 37 actually players quit. So this was 216 if I remember, before we actually released the demo. So this is the data from the 1st of February, after the demo was out already. And this is the data from before we released the new demo. So basically I had a somewhat 90% drop of players in the first 10 minutes of the game. That was the old demo version, and this data was available to me after the first month already. I could have looked at this after 1 month and seen the same stats, just a little bit fewer values, because over time, over 2 years, there was 1 player here and there, and so you could add up 2 years together. That's 600 days. Divide the 600 days by 2. That's about 300 players. Let's say every second day there's 1 player. That's about it, right? So that was the data before release. And now if we take a look at it, we go into the Tangy TD demo and we click on view sales and activation reports. We can see that for the demo we have 1,000 active unique users and they play for about 23 minutes. That didn't change after the demo update much, and now we can see that it went up by 100. 100 players now quit in the first 1 to 10 minutes of the game. And then this one went up by more than 100. They quit in the first 10 to 20 minutes of the game. And this one went up by, I don't know, 80 or something. And they quit in the first 20 to 30 minutes of the game. So I have managed to somewhat easen out or flatten out this curve. And I've also gotten, can you guys see this? Yes, I've also gotten this. This went up tremendously. There's over 100 people that played more than 200 minutes of the game. That is a good sign that there's something there for the game. So I've gotten stats now. These stats won't change for a long time. I don't need more feedback in this current version. What I need now is drastic changes to see a different result. And so the best way to get that feedback, in my opinion, after having had my demo out for such a long time and investing a lot of time into researching a little bit on how Steam works, is to do a new playtest. We need a new playtest with new data after we do more changes to the game, because the current game has this much content. This is the stats for the current game. I don't need more stats. And the only thing that can happen at this point is someone on Steam. They go to Tangy TD Steam. They go over here. They find the demo. They play the demo. And maybe they get disappointed. Or the worst part could be a big streamer finds the game. They play the demo in a state where I don't want it to be shown, and they never touch the game again after that. And so we are currently at the risk of that happening, and then we miss an opportunity. And I don't want to miss that opportunity because I already have the data. The demo has already given me everything that I need. It is useless right now. And also, why do I say this? It's because there's no one playing the game. Let's see. Steam DB Tangy TD demo. The demo right now on Steam has no one playing it, and about, well, 24-hour peak 1 to 2. So there's no need to keep the demo alive because not enough people play the game, because there's not enough content for people to play it for a long time. It's just 1 level, 40 round, and that's it. So there is no need for more feedback because I've already gotten the feedback. The feedback is slowing down anyways, and the risk of someone big finding the stream or finding the demo is still there. So basically it is useless right now. And so I'll probably just disable it right now. We'll disable the demo, and then after the stream, at the end of the stream, we're going to see if we can set up a playtest. If we can't do it today, we'll do it tomorrow. Do you understand why I'm doing this now? Do you do playtests like on Discord Live? Playtests, we'll see how we do playtests. There's no reason to keep the game itself alive. Okay. This guy needs a timeout. There we go. Toxic. Cakez hat spent 20 hours making this for you. Seite nicht gefunden.
I'll walk you through how to set up your own.
So nothing.
All right, to start.
Anyways, so yeah, we have a video about the playtest. I accidentally clicked on that. We'll watch that later. So, where's the demo, guys? Demo here. Oh wait, we actually are already on the demo page. And so we're going to deactivate the demo right now. There we go. Just wanted to do this on stream so that you guys know that. And it is now deactivated. Interesting. So what if I view Tangy TD on Steam right now? Nothing. Okay, good. No, not the demo. Yeah, it's important to do that. We have everything that we need right now, and we will get back to this. And you guys might have noticed I changed the logo for the game too. I didn't like how kinda washed out the old version was. I made the colors just way more saturated and poppy. How many wishlists in the last 2 weeks? Okay, we can check that now as well, but I checked the last week wishlist, there was 17 only. So it definitely slowed down. Let me see. I have a home Steamworks here. There we go. Let's see. The AI ones were better. The AI ones were really good in terms of color, yes. They had some mistakes, but they were really good. What Collector of Stuff is talking about is this right here. Some people in chat made AI-generated Tangy defense images, and this one looked really good. This one had a really good-looking font. It's not Tangy defense, by the way, guys. It is Tangy TD. But yes, this does look really good, I have to say. And even Super Cool agreed with this, that this looks really good. Especially this, the font is really easy to read here. The font is super good, yeah. So I was thinking about basically tracing the font or taking the font, but I don't know how legal that is. I don't know. Like I would trace the font and then use that. But I don't know how legal that is, so I don't know. Otherwise, it's really good. Really, really good. No, I'm not gonna take it because number one, it is totally broken. The characters don't really look like this. I guess they kind of do, but this one here is completely broken. Like she's holding, and she doesn't look as feminine as she looks in, well, where is it? In this image here. I think she looks more feminine here, which is cool. AI images cannot be copied. I understand it. I understand that. I'm aware of that. But anyways, so yeah, like that. This looks really good. It does make it more inviting, and the colors look really good too. But I think I did a good job here as well. This doesn't look too bad either. And so that's what we have right now. I did try to improve this a little bit, obviously, so the game would gain more traction, of course. There would be more wish lists. So yeah, anyways, Tangy TD wish lists. Let me see here. I think it was 17. So the last 2 weeks should be, I don't know, let's see, last 2 weeks. It's 40. Which I guess is fine. It's not bad. 40 wish lists over 2 weeks. I heard that 30 wish lists is good.
No.
And I'm assuming when I have
subscribe.
a trailer and broadcast, there will be more. We need a trailer and a broadcast next really quickly. When's the demo release? I don't know yet, man. I don't know. She looks like a crackhead in your banner. You just need to run it a couple more times in ChatGPT to iron out the faults, but I was at my limit, I see. Since when do you care about copyright? Okay. See, like, these messages really annoy me. So I'm just not gonna engage with this. Because you're just spreading lies. Anyways, so we have until round 7. And let me see here. I think YouTube chat is broken. Sorry, guys. It was. I apologize. Sorry, I missed some of the messages. What's the goal? Is it supposed to be more cozy, like super engaging, or like super engaging? It is supposed to be RPG-like. You're supposed to feel like you're farming. You're getting stronger every time, and you're supposed to feel like, yeah, like I don't know how to explain that. It's supposed to be a chill experience, but also it's supposed to give you an MMO-like experience. You build a party, and that party goes on missions to defeat bosses, and the bosses require strategies completely different from other tower defense games, where you actually have to position your changes in a proper way, and sometimes you can attack, sometimes you can't. In a way, I'm trying to build up to this. It's definitely more difficult than just having a simple tower defense game where it's all about damage and slowdown and stunts and knockback. And now you have to deal with your units taking damage too, of course. But we'll see. You play as a rat? No, you don't play as a rat. Immo, you need to structure the demo so users can choose different levels and have it send playstats for each level, so you can figure out what's good and bad in your game, and then you can improve it. The demo did not tell you what parts of a game are engaging and which parts are lame. You need to figure that out, just saying. Philip, yes, I agree with you. These stats don't tell me why people quit. It only tells me that people quit. That's already a good sign, though. One good sign is that they quit later. And I know from feedback that I've gotten in Discord, since I'm streaming, I have that advantage that I'm a streamer, and therefore my Discord is quite active when it comes to this, and the game feedback here told me why people quit. Most people quit because they didn't have many options to upgrade their units. The progress stagnated, and they felt like their skeletons that spawned in round 25 were too strong. They didn't have anything to counter them, and when the enemy started attacking back, it was out of the blue. There was no real warning that this is gonna happen, and by that point the healer that you have gotten till round 30, you have gotten the healer, you have unlocked it, you have probably never used it, and then you need to somehow place the healer down really quickly to make sure that you don't lose. And so all of that culminated in most people quitting around round 20 to 25-ish. Because they didn't have enough... Yeah, they didn't get rewarded enough. What makes your game any different than the other tower defense games? What will make my game different is this skill tree and interactions of skills. This is what makes Path of Exile so amazing. And this skill tree, together with cool item choices. They need a dopamine hit, exactly. And the dopamine hit, often enough, comes from the chests. The unlocking of items. And so that's what we are working on right now. How would you know this, Cakes? Maybe only 10 to 20% of players left feedback. You are correct. Only 10 to 20% of players left feedback. But judging by how long it takes on average for someone to reach round 10, 15 or 20, most people probably either died at round 14, because that's a really strong round. That is about 10 to 15 minutes in the game. It's very unlikely that people quit, or that the majority of people quit on round 10, because the stats seem to indicate that I had about 100 people quit in the first 10 minutes, which is normal. I don't think you can ever get away from that. And then about 90 people that quit between 10 to 20 minutes. So that's very close to each other. So in the first 20 minutes, there's something that makes people quit. And in the first 20 minutes, you are very likely going to get to either round 14 or round 20, 25. If you get past round 14, you're very likely going to get to round 25. No, I'm not talking about the 50%. I'm already subtracting the old stats. I've said this earlier, man. I've shown this earlier. Here. This is the stats before the demo release. This is 216. After the demo release, I just showed you. This is 335. It is 100 players in the new demo that quit here. The stats before this demo came out was about 366 players. So I've gotten from this new playtest, I've gotten about 600 to 700 players. From 600 to 700 players, 100 quit in the first 10 minutes. About 100. I've already calculated that in because I have the stats from before the demo released. It's right here. So it's not inaccurate. I wouldn't be talking about this if I didn't have the data to back it up. And so this is the actual values before the release. And I got to this from a past stream of mine. I got lucky that I had this open before I released this. Otherwise I would have lost this. So this was about 216 here and 37 here. These two values are the most important. And so now, again, I can show it again. It is now 335, so about 100 more. And then this is 147. That is more than 100 more than before. Why are you repeating this? Because people keep talking about it, and I want to make sure that they're... Oh, by the way, Cakez, thank you very much for subscribing, bro. And Farmer, thank you very much for following earlier too. Still, you should have added achievements to see, but yeah, we will do this. So we will learn with every iteration of a playtest and demo. We will learn and make the game better, and we will play the Steam game better to get better stats. So the next thing that we're going to add to this new playtest is Steam statistics and maybe achievements. We'll see that, and we'll probably also add the Steam SDK so that it tracks when you play, and maybe Steam Cloud. We'll see that. So basically we will integrate Steam into the game before we push out a new version. Now I'm happy and I don't have to worry about Mr. Prime playing my game and then playing something only for 20 minutes saying that, oh, the game's nice. Okay, I liked it very much. Let's do some more reactions. No, I want him to like the game so much that he at least plays an hour, and like for real, not just pretending, oh, I like the game, oh, it's so good, oh, and then like in his mind the entire time, like, this game's dog shit, I hate it, Cakez made such a dumb game, but I'm gonna play it anyways to be nice. So I don't want that, right? Like Hive Survivors, he really liked that one. Yeah, he did, but he only played for 15 minutes, which I guess is nice. Right, for like a game for TCAP. I still think that TCAP should have made something out of the game, but I think he destroyed it by adding in the stationary hives. I think that's completely destroyed the game. I don't know whose idea that was, but that was a dumb idea. Sorry, that's my honest opinion. The stationary hives destroyed the game. Because now you're no longer moving around. Stop being toxic. No, that's my honest opinion. You had a game there that was really nice. You were moving around left and right. It was really actiony. And then you add in stationary blobs in there where you sit next to it and do nothing. And I'm like, bro, what? Now, I said this before, okay? That was my feedback the moment I saw this, and it didn't change. So wait, we have 83 kills. We have a max drop. Okay, so we get another drop here. So we always get a drop at round 7, I guess? What do we get here? Please give me this. I don't want another weapon. You know what? This is where we change. This is where the power of this comes in. Watch. Tier 1 items. Why would I sit here doing nothing in this game? I can do that while sitting in front of my own game. Yep. My game is designed to be a game where you sit and do nothing. It's a tower defense game. His game was a Vampire Survivors-like clone. Don't you guys see the difference? So guys, which one do you like more? The eye patch or the leather helm is the second item. So the wooden sword always happens. The rusty sword we can do 2000. So it's not as common. And then I can say that we get the eye patch. Very likely. The eye patch, you like the eye patch, yeah? The bleed one. So we get bleed on these guys. I sit and do nothing anyways. So many as well play a game while doing it. Shelly 11 troll made you delete your demo, Cakes. No. Shelly 11 troll actually helped me. It wasted my time for 20 minutes, but it... Like, the moment I saw that Prime might have actually played my game, I was like, damn, I don't want him to play the game right now. And then I was like, wait, this can actually happen in the future. We're gonna raid Prime again in a couple of days, weeks, whatever, naturally. And then maybe sometime he's actually going to listen to his chat and play the game. And then I'm like, God damn it, I don't want him to play it right now, but I have no other choice because it's public. So no, I don't want him to play my demo. Not yet. It's not good enough. It's getting better, but not good enough yet. The Primogen mod did that. Yeah, it doesn't matter who did it. The fact is that he engaged with it and gave it a thought. That's the problem. Hello, Evils. I'm not a yoinker. You're wrong. Was the demo meant for playtesting or for publicity? The demo was meant for playtesting. I needed feedback, yes. And the reason why I did the demo is because I kept having idiots in chat telling me what to do. And the moment they played the demo, they completely changed the course and said something else about the demo. So now people actually know what the game is about. They can give proper feedback. I've gotten the proper feedback. And now we can move on, make the game better. I will give you the demo version again. You can give me more feedback. Or we do a playtest. We'll see. We'll look at playtest later on. So eye patch is now twice more likely than leather helmet, and rusty sword is... I mean, we could also do this. Then the eye patch will be a very likely second item, and then the rusty sword isn't that important, and the withered scimitar isn't that either. So what we get from this is we have 3 weapons and only 2 items. So what we could design is another item for the defender. Okay, so now we get the eye patch, and then we can actually get it. And now the cool thing is, we already have tier 2 items available. So we can get more upgrades. That's what we found earlier. And we have played for about, let's say, 10-15 minutes of the game. We have played for this much. And we already have a second upgrade tier to unlock. And this is where I want to add in more weapons for him to unlock. To get... Basically now, I want to work on meaningful upgrades. So, for example, I want this sword to be part of the next upgrade tier. This sword as well. These swords. The Windbane could also be cool for projectiles. What else? This one here... This one looks okay, but it doesn't look as good as this. Do we have more? That's the iron sword. That could be part of it too. If you didn't demo, you would be... Cakes, if you didn't demo, you would be finishing a broken game in OpenGL. Yes, of course. That's why we do another demo in the future. It's not like this is the last demo. When I have implemented all of the stuff for this game, for this demo, we're going to do another one. First demo release made him switch to OpenGL. The second release to DirectX. What's going to be next time? I don't think I will switch away from DirectX at this point. We have tried Vulkan, OpenGL, and DirectX. There are no more options. I'm not going to do SDL. I'm not going to do Raylab. So that will stay, very likely. Very, very, very likely this will stay. Okay, wait, by the way, guys, we have a problem here. The actual sword looks different. Okay, so I want this weapon here, Gladius. I want the Windbane and maybe this. But then we can also add in these weapons. Will you rewrite in Unity or Godot software rendering next? No, Mr. TCAM. That's why I loved Kingdom Rush. The pacing was great. Your game looks great. Immo, you can figure out the pacing. You got winner. Yes. Yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate the nice comment, bro. I really do. Thank you very much. Yeah, we will be able to figure it out over time, guys. That's totally true. Let's build this sword, though, first. Kingdom Rush pacing is masterfully created. Well, yes, until you reach the late game, man. I feel like the last levels suck. Because they're way too difficult. It's my honest opinion, but hey. I think they require a certain strategy to beat, and if you don't use that strategy, you're gonna lose. And I feel like that sucks. That looks nice. Okay, so now we're gonna add in-game. Also, I would like to add in proper shading. Let's do this first. How did I do this with this one here? Wait, where is that? Skill issue. It's not a skill issue. Like, you can beat it. It's not impossible, but it feels like it's designed in a way where you have to deploy a certain strategy, which I don't like too much, because then it's forcing you into a certain strategy that you might not want to use, but you have to use. So yeah, I don't know. All right, let's see. So I need this as an inspiration, because I don't know. Isn't that like your boss, kinda? Yeah, but my boss is not finished, isn't it? It's not a finished product. So yes, I agree with you, but again, it's not finished. So of course, I agree. That's why I'm trying to make it better. Of course. Do you understand? I feel like this. Okay. Then all right, what does that look like? I feel like this breaks it in a way. It's really difficult to make these look like the color is... Like, this looks really nice. So maybe we can just do one color here. And do this. And then we do that. Every single one of these. That looks really bad. Oh god. Okay, wait, maybe. What about this? Oh, that looks so bad. That looks so bad. God damn. What if we stagger this a bit? Almost. Is DirectX noticeably better than OpenGL now that you started using it? I'm in the phase of going through APIs to find the right one. Well, that's difficult to say in your case. For me, it is. For you, it might be different depending on your needs. So, for example, first you need to answer the question, well, what do you want to do, right? Do you want to make a game? If you say yes to this, then, well, you want to make a game in C++. Or let's say in... I don't know what programming language you use, but let's say that it is C++. Right? Okay, you need to choose a rendering API or you use a library. If you don't use a library, the rendering API that you choose determines... Basically want to make a Minecraft clone in Odin. So you're not even C++, so Odin. Yeah, then it depends, right? Give me a second. Let me think for a second here, okay? I want to make sure that... I feel like this should be it. For some reason, I can't really focus when I'm doing art. Maybe that's possible. Give me a second, okay? I want to test something. What if I can do like a blending pixel? Damn it, one more time. So we have this here. What if we make it brighter? That could be a blending pixel. Here, and then that could be there too. And then now that we have a blending pixel here. I feel like that looks weird anyways. And between this, so it just goes down and like that.
Like
this.
he
Like
spent
that looks
300
weird.
million
Nah,
on money.
looks bad. That looks bad. Okay, anyways, let's get back to this. So, you're looking for APIs to choose. The reason why I like OpenGL over, let's say, something like... Bro, I can't concentrate when I'm doing art. It's impossible. It's just impossible, bro. Actually like that. That looks nice. Okay. I'm not painting any dildos. I don't know what you're talking about, bro. You're weird. Okay, give me a sec. There you go. Man, that looks nice. Wow. Look at this sword, guys, that I just made. Damn, I'm proud of this. That's crazy. Look at this. Okay. Sorry. Was really difficult. Let me quickly add the colors here too. There you go, and then add a somewhat purple handle. Or we could even do a green handle, whatever, it doesn't really matter. Okay, and then get rid of this sword, of course. Let's get back into it. So, let me gather my thoughts now that I have completed this sword. You're going through rendering APIs. What I can tell you from my own experience is the following. OpenGL on the internet has tremendous support from other people that will most likely have had the same issues that you will encounter when you're learning OpenGL. So let's say you're writing a game in OpenGL. It is really easy to figure out issues by Googling problems for OpenGL. That is a big upside that DirectX doesn't have. So that's already a big point for OpenGL then. Now, a problem with OpenGL is that the error reporting you get isn't great. So for example, let's say you have a rendering bug in your game and you don't know what's happening. The error reporting from OpenGL oftentimes is so bad that you don't understand what the problem is, even when it gives you an error. So you're left with either no errors happening or terrible errors happening. And so now you have to wonder, okay, what do I need to do? And that could be cause for you wasting your time for a long time. Now, I'm not saying that this is what's going to happen, but this can happen. DirectX, on the other hand, has such great error reporting that for most for the most part, you don't even need to Google, because the error itself will tell you what the problem is. And so DirectX is so good in that regard that it will help you develop games faster. Now, the problem of DirectX is that it is Windows only. So the only way you're gonna get your game to work on Linux with DirectX is Proton. That's fine, but that's a choice that you have to make. With OpenGL, you might be able, and Odin, you might be able to write a renderer, write a game that can run on both Linux, Mac, and Windows, because it's Odin. You're using Odin that has, Gingerbread has support for these 3 platforms. So that's great. Now, Vulkan is also a choice, but you can make your own decision, but if you want to make a game in C++, I would not go with Vulkan. Simply because Vulkan takes very long to set up, and when you are inexperienced, you are very likely going to change your rendering pipeline. A rendering pipeline basically means I'm gonna draw this stuff to this frame or to this image, then I'm gonna use this image in the next image as like an overlay for shadows maybe, and then I'm going to use that image as a final image, apply some bloom onto it, and present that to the screen, or do some whatever post-processing effects. And so when you do that in Vulkan and you change the pipeline a lot, you have to move around so much code, confusing code, that even experts who have been coding for a long time Direct 3D 11. Oh, Gingerbread, thank you so much that you're here. I appreciate that so much. That's a W in my book for me, because I suggest DirectX 11 as well. Yay! God, thank you. Yes, me too. And so Vulkan just takes so long to change that when you have done your 5th change, because you made mistakes and you wanted to do it differently, you will have wasted multiple weeks to months on just coding Vulkan, changing Vulkan, when you could have done the same change in OpenGL or DirectX in a matter of minutes. That's how slow Vulkan is during development. So during development, I suggest you use the easiest API, which is either OpenGL or DirectX 11. If you want to use one of these two. If you want to use like a rendering API and you don't want to do something like SDL or something. So yeah, and I suggest DirectX 11 as well, because it just has tremendous... It has such great error reporting that it feels awesome to use. It's so easy. Okay, so these guys are too weak, the crawlers. Let's see. Anyways, so long story short, make your own decision, but these are the differences. OpenGL, fast, good support online, terrible error reporting to no error reporting. State machine sucks, you can forget things. DirectX has great error reporting. You learn a lot more about the graphics, about how the graphics card utilizes memory when you learn DirectX, because you're gonna have to interface with that, mapping memory and stuff like that. That is something that you don't do in OpenGL, unless I missed something. Of course, could have missed something. And DirectX is just easier and faster to set up as well than OpenGL. It's very easy to set up DirectX because it comes with Windows, and you're most likely going to interface with Windows when developing your game. I don't think you're gonna make a game on Linux. That's very... some people do, but I feel like you should be making a game on Windows, because that's the majority of people that are gonna play there. That's my honest opinion. I feel like it's kind of sucks to make a game on Linux, even though it might be a good operating system. It has nothing to do with Capuchman. I would have been able to do it myself as well, because I have... Ah, shut up, man. Just go away. Has nothing to do with this. I'm more of a person who prefers doing things from scratch because I want to control a lot of the time. Yeah, me too. Also, doing things from scratch gives you a lot of flexibility and you learn a lot. Anyways, so the crawler. Armor percent. We deal with 0, we deal 28 and 38 here. 38 damage is 9 hits to kill this guy. I feel like the HP needs to be a bit higher.
I should not be so loud.
Hey Kabushman, good morning, bro. I tried DirectX 1112 OpenGL SDL GPU. I found SDL GPU to be noticeably more terse than even DirectX, while also being faster. What does terse mean? What does the word terse mean, bro? Terse. German. Deutsch. Knapp. Prägnant. Bündig. Coincise. Aha. Tight. Opposite of verbose, I see. SDL GPU is pregnant, it seems like. I'm a game dev failure as well. My save load function stopped working again. I'm so out of ideas how to fix it. Wait, what are you programming in? What do you mean save load function? How do you save and load, bro? Is it Unity? How can a save load function fail? Jonathan Blow never has anything nice to say about phone games. Is SDL/Raylib too slow? No, SDL Raylib is fast enough. You can make it really fast. I have a video on my channel that I reacted to. A guy made SDL Raylib really fast. He's able to render trillions of triangles. So that's not or trillions of gems. Like, you can make it really fast, even in Raylib. But you might not have as much control as you have with other APIs. Though Raylib does let you build your own shaders. SDL is much faster than Raylib. SDL 3 or 2, because the last time I saw someone talk to me about SDL was Coffee Lava, and he told me that in SDL 2 you can't even program your own shaders. So if I wanted to program in shadows, I can't do that. Or maybe you can, but he told me he couldn't. Leroxy, thank you very much for following. SDL 3, yeah, so I agree with SDL 3 maybe then. If you can make your own shaders. GD script and Godot. Oh, I see. Well, that's the engine, right? That's causing this issue. Bruh. I'm using an asset because it seemed simpler than the built-in Godot save load. The problem is the data originally pulled from the SQL database on save. It gets written to a JSON. When I load it, it turns into floats, which crashes my code. Funny how all the time I see someone talk about Godot, they talk about some weird, dumb issues that you would never have in other engines or your own game. Awesome. I think JSON is causing the issue. How can a JSON file cause an issue of loading a game, bro? A JSON file has values. And if you have a .0, then that's a float value. If you have a .int, that's an int value. Also, you can annotate fields. That's so dumb. Oh, my man, thank you very much for raiding, Don Ho. Good morning. How you guys doing? Welcome. Let's see. Should we do 400 live? 11. We go from 15 to... wait, 380? We go from 14 to 10. That's 4 less hits. Wait a minute. We go from 13 to 9. That's 4 less hits. 4 less hits. I don't think we are able to go even further down. Wait. Yeah. Cakez should use Godot just so he can blame it for all his shortcomings. Okay, bro. Kidding. We'll be back to luck. Thank you very much for the raid. Hope you got a shout out. You did. Release the damn game already? No, we're gonna release the game when it's ready, bro. It's Godot's fault that you tried to assign a float to an int variable. If he saves... wait, no. if he saves the game, if he saves the value as an int, and Godot stores it as float in the JSON, then that's Godot's fault. Not your own. Because then you're loading it as an int again. Now, if he's doing the mistake of storing a float... Wait, what are you saying? Storing it... Wait, if it's your own fault that you try to load... save a int to a float... And then try to... And why can you not assign a float to an int? I don't understand. Assigning a float to an int truncates the fraction. How is that a problem? I can assign that in C++ too. And? It truncates it. Then it works. I don't understand the problem. Sorry. Feels like a non-issue to me, to be honest. If I were to talk about it. Shouldn't crash it. Shouldn't crash it. Exactly. My opinion too. I need to go to the bathroom really quickly, guys. Give me a sec. I would try to make game. I would try to make it work with Odin and Raylib so I get the performance and still have rapid development. If you're making a game for the first time in C++, I would do that too, yeah. Alright guys, sorry, I totally missed. Where were we? Round 6. So what do we have? We don't have this yet. Round 7, we get a new item. Oh, my man, Arotar, Aron Nator, thank you very much for following, bro. Luckily for Godot, your opinion is useless. Alright, I don't think it is useless, bro. I don't think so. You can have an opinion on something after using it for 50 hours. You're wrong. Oh, this guy's already getting close to Windslash. Nice. Okay, so we just added in a new weapon to the game. Let's add it before we open the chest. That would be item. Which one did we add? Guys, what should this be? Crude sword? I think it's crude sword. It's definitely not steel sword. Doesn't look like a steel sword to me. This looks like a crude sword, right, guys? A steel sword is probably thinner. You can have an opinion, it doesn't mean it's a good opinion. Ah, okay, yeah, sure, yeah, okay. Sure. How about, you know, keep using an engine that breaks every other time when you load it, and you basically do nothing but close the engine, and then you load it again, and then you can't open up a scene anymore, because for some reason it destroys the scene when you quit out of Godot. And then you go back in, and you have to code in the scene again, because it didn't manage to save it properly. Yeah, that's a great engine. And then it's been fixed in the 4.4 version. You download the 4.4 version and you still have that issue. Sure, bro. There's nothing wrong with Godot. I think there's a lot of things wrong with Godot, bro. Steel Sword, Windbane, Gladius. Gladius is in there. Wolfspite is there. Windbane is there. Icebane. I think it's gotta be Crude Sword. Okay, guys. Now, oh yeah. Crude sword. What should crude sword have? Armor pierce? And then 10 physical damage doesn't really do much. We should be able to get to here. Man, the worst that happens a lot in Visual Studio in WinForms projects. The entire form designer can't be opened and errors out. I agree with that. Godot is so bad. I followed the Brackeys tutorial, right? I had so many issues because I did things slightly out of order. And when the time came to export the final executable, there was some errors. No one had any idea how to solve it. So I just quit. Damn, that's crazy, bro. I don't know. I feel like Godot is a nice idea, but it's just not ready. At least for noobs. I'm not saying that you can't make a game in Godot, but it's just too many roadblocks for noobs. There are good games made in Godot, yes. One of the biggest one is this Brotato. You probably heard about that game. Sadly, we use OpenGL for Windows and Linux. We are porting to Mac as I speak. But I do have a custom shader language, so it is okay. Oh, you're still using a Gingerbill. What version of OpenGL are you using for Windows and Linux? Is it 3.3 or is it 4.3? Or 4.6 core? Interesting. I have a question, Gingerbill. Here's an interesting question. Maybe you've encountered this. Because I have like an assumption that I would like to validate, but I can't because I switched to DirectX. Let's see, GL init. So I'm initializing OpenGL, right? Glad callback. This one here. GL enable debug output. Debug output synchronous. And message callback. This is only possible when you have on your system installed the Windows 10 SDK development kit. Correct? So if I don't have that installed on my system, I cannot do debug callbacks. Correct? Why do I ask this? Because I can do the exact same thing in DirectX and get an error when I call this. Because I don't have the development kit installed. Because that's exactly the kind of error that I got from users using my game on a laptop or a machine that didn't have that installed. And so the reason why I'm asking is because these functions don't give me an error. At least I think this is a void. I don't know. Would have to see this. Let me see. GL enable?
Ecant.
What does it return? A void. So I can't... It doesn't return me anything here, so I might have to ask GL last error or something. And then GL debug message callback. Does that that's gotta return something. Also a void. You kidding me? So what do I have to ask OpenGL if this was successful? No, it's just a question. We are not going back. We are just learning something right now. In Odin, we have wrapped every OpenGL call with a debug helper so we can print out all of the errors where possible. Effectively call GL get error each time. So that's what you have to do. So basically, after every single call, you have to call GL get error to see if it actually was successful or not. Because I think what happened on that user's system, there was such a weird bug. The user could initialize OpenGL, but then the entire window was unresponsive. He couldn't click anything. There were no errors. The game didn't crash. No logs. Nothing generated. Absolutely nothing. But you couldn't interface with the window. And so I had no idea of knowing that this might actually be an issue because he doesn't have the SDK installed. The moment I switched to DirectX and I tried to do this, it immediately gave me an error message saying that the SDK is missing. They couldn't call this, the function could not be called. If it's successful, only then you do debug message callback. Yeah, you check the... You just check if you get the callback.null after get proc address. But this is not null. This is not null, bro. This function, if this is null, I get a null pointer exception when calling this. If it's not null, then you should be able to use it. No, I can't. He couldn't. It literally didn't work. It did not work. And I know for a fact that this was the problem, because on DirectX, the same user had the exact same problem with setting up debug stuff, because for debug stuff, you need the Windows SDK. So I had to write a function. Have you created a dummy window? Yes, I have. Well, we used... First, we did it in Win32, which I still have to clean up, by the way. The fake... Here, OpenGL, fake window. Like, I have it in an if dev, because it's like not in there, but it was. So, yes, we did do a fake window, and then we got these pointers, and we did all of that stuff. We did have that. Cakez, did he have an integrated Intel GPU? Those are... usually stuck with OpenGL 4.1. I did query this here. We did query the OpenGL version, and I think it said version. I can check it again. Let's see. We'll see. Crash. Maybe it's in crash. We'll have to see. Array full doesn't change. Weird. Error crash. Array full. Put Proton. Not even a window shows up. Game crash. Game crash. Negative. Game locks up when placing no. Game still crashes when left clicking. Left click, left crashes. Game crash on startup maybe? No, that's not it. Skill tree, demo crash. I don't know. I don't think it's crash. I forgot what it's called. Like unresponsive? Nah, I don't know. Window? Window mode? No. Not even a window shows up. Game doesn't exit when closing the window. Creating window black background instead of white. Window mode. Full screen after only render stop left. Window mode letterbox. Wrong resolution. I don't know. I can't find it right now. I forgot what this was called. I might have even closed the thread and like deleted it. I don't know which one. I don't remember who had like... I don't know who was this. Fake... shut up, man. It was not a fake story. So by the way, this is the thing here. No, that's not it. The error for OpenGL DirectX. Chest. Okay, I'll find it. Let me see. Now I wasted my time. I need to waste more time. General feedback, gameplay, found a level exploit, cleanse. Doesn't pop. Yeah. Issues. Game crashes if start. Yeah. Low FPS. Rendering. It says game doesn't start, no errors or something. Game running on old GPU fine, but error fell to DXGI. Yeah, so that was the DXGI debug interface error. Phoenix DPI. Wrong. No, I can't find it. Trying out for the first time. Leader empower abilities. Game crash. No. Can't find it. It's too many, guys. It's too many. Game crash on startup. Maybe this? Don't think this is it. No errors in log. Nah, that's not it. Crashes on Linux just after opening. Maybe this? This one was an annoying one too. We just got a performance, but I don't think this is the one. No, that's not the one. Game does not run for me. Maybe this? I don't know if it's Robin just came to this Discord to have blah blah blah. Off stream? I don't know, man. Like, it's so long ago. Yeah, GL link failed. Yeah, that's why it couldn't link on some systems. That's why you have to distribute. Not even a window shows up. Can't click. Wait, where was this? Can't click, can't play. I think it was this. Maybe. Maybe that's it? Yeah. No, wait. It's a different invalid Eno matrix mode generic error. Maybe it was this. I don't remember. This could have been it. So basically he gets some weird matrix mode errors. And that's it. He can't click anywhere. That's it. And he has nothing enabled, absolutely nothing. I think it might have been this. I don't know. Like, it's been so many. Error on start. Yeah, this one has been resolved. So yeah, anyways, there's so many. Maybe it was this. Anyways, guys, let's not spend too much time on this. But the fact of the matter is, OpenGL just doesn't give you good errors, man. And it sucks. Because then you're left with just guessing. Like, how much can you actually guess when you're first time making a game? Like, how much knowledge do you need to have to actually... 14 to 10. I think that might be a nice idea. And then when we have penetration, let's say 30. Wait a minute. Damage with armor penetration. But is that percentage? Hits percentage, no. 0? Hits percentage penetration. Wait, it doesn't use the penetration thing. 10? Yeah, it's not using that yet. I need to calculate this. How many of those errors are due to OpenGL? That's the problem, you don't know. Because OpenGL doesn't tell you exactly what the problem is. That's the issue. Bro, I got unlucky. Yeah, many of the emotes are gone from, what is it called? 38 damage. I don't know, guys. Do you think 38 damage for an armored enemy is good? Or should I turn this into 40%? And also crude sword. We were working on this, right? Armor pierce. Actually, let's add in the armor piercing right now. So how do we do armor piercing calculation? Damage using percentage penetration. 38. This is correctly calculated. Now we need to get how many hits we deal. Damage, no penetration. Flat penetration. Damage, percentage penetration, percentage armor. So this is got to take in the armor penetration as well. How is that working? So that is B6. Do I have B6 in here? I don't. How do we calculate this? The Earth doesn't rotate and I can prove it. Really? Primogen are alone. Wait, Primogen are alone? Okay. Flowin, thank you very much for following earlier, by the way. If you find it and replicate it, I could look. Otherwise, there's not much I can tell you. Yeah, like, I don't really want to do it because I feel like I've moved past this right now. I don't want to deal with OpenGL anymore. We're gonna implement Vulkan in the future anyways, if we want to really go big. But only if we have locked in a pipeline. And we know that the game is not gonna change in terms of graphics. Otherwise, we're gonna stick with DirectX 11 until we release the game and distribute it to multiple platforms. That's when Vulkan might be an interesting choice. But OpenGL, nah, man, I'm tired of this. I'm actually tired. No way. Okay, so B50 is the armor. And that is divided by 100, so that is 0.3. And we do 1 minus 0.3, so we only take 70% of B3, which is... B3 is the physical damage. Now, we need to make sure that the armor percentage here, this is the armor percent. We need to make sure that this gets reduced by the armor penetration based on what I do in the code. And let me see. I don't even remember what I do in the code. I think I just minus. Physical damage, armor. First and foremost, armor. Oh, excuse me. Armor pierce. I multiply that. Can't I just minus? Okay, here's the question, guys. Let's make a new project. Okay. Let's see. Nice. So let's say we have armor in the game, right? And that is percentage. Let's say we have 50% armor. So now let's say we deal damage. Of 100. Then that would result in $50 damage. Whoops. Because the damage gets reduced by 50%. Now, when we have penetration, of, let's say, 20%. There's two ways we can work on this. We could say we are directly reducing the percentage value of armor. So that would mean option 1, 50% minus 20%. Is 30%. Or we can say armor penetration is a percentage reduction of armor. So number 2 would be 50% times 0.8, because we reduce it by 20%. Which would result in, I don't even know what that is. I need a calculator for that. Sure. So that would be 5, 50 times 0.8, that is 40. So we are left with 40%. So it's less effective against armor. Against armor. So what do you guys think? 1 or 2? I think 1 is better because then you feel it's more impactful. And so a 50% armor penetration at 50% armor is basically you're doing true damage. Both are bad? What are you talking about? Okay, so if both are bad, you smart ass in chat, then what is good? 10% difference is inconsequential? I don't think it is, man. Let's see the difference. Let's say we do the armor penetration here. That's the armor value, the percentage. We do minus armor penetration. That is this value right here. Minus... Is that B6? $6. $B, $6. I guess dollar... Yeah, let's do $B, $6. And then we need to make sure that this value is at least 0. Because minus could be so small that it does that. There we go. Ooh, I did a mistake here, I think. Definitely did a mistake here. I 100% did a mistake here. I'm doing minus. Oh yeah, of course. And I need to divide that by 100. Ah. Okay, let's say armor penetration 30. 16 hits. Wait, I'm doing... Wait a minute. Wait, what? Wait. This is the percentage value. This is the armor percent. I need to minus that. I need to minus the penetration on that. Say this is at most 0. It can never go below 0. And then we do 1 minus that. That's a maximum. And then I'll probably... Oof, this is gonna be a difficult one here. Let's see. Open brace times 2. Close brace. I think I have 1 too many. 40. Perfect. Yeah. No, wait, what? Yes. And then we can probably do this. Nice. So now I can say armor penetration is a direct minus. Can armor penetration go above 100? Yes, but it will be capped. We already, you see the maximum here, 0. Basically, I cannot reduce armor past 0. I cannot make it more... I cannot give myself more damage by having more armor penetration, and therefore the enemy takes more damage because I have more armor penetration. Your first option has an implicit cap of the enemy's armor. The second option has a cap of 100%. Why? Minus armor is cool. Is it? Because then armor penetration will be used to deal more damage too. So now I'm facing an enemy that doesn't have any armor. All of a sudden I deal more damage because armor penetration is taking 0 armor and reducing it into negatives. Making the enemy take, let's say, 10 more damage because they have minus 10 armor percent. I think that's bad. So basically I deal 10% more damage because that's good. I don't know about that, man. Like, I don't know. Anyways, let's see. 10% armor penetration? No! No! Stop! I just want to change this value, bro. Okay, so 10% armor penetration in this case is 32. And then we can do another one here. Where we say, I want to copy this. I want to copy this value too. Can I? What do you mean? Can I not copy this? Oh, I can. Eh? B6. B51. That's the armor, right? So that needs to be $1. And then that's 50. 32, nice. So now we have the... So I guess this is version 2. Let's do version 1 here. And then this is version 2. And then just to make that a bit bigger. So here version 1, instead of minus, we multiply this by... Oh God. I hate that. The the max value of 0 and 1 minus this. Huh? This should be less damage. Because I have 10%. Wait. This should not be 40. Wait. Oh, it's multiplied. Yes. So this is the difference. How is this the same damage? There's no way this is the same damage. I don't believe this. No way. There's no way this is the same damage. Absolutely not. Wait, no? Aha. So basically I deal less damage if I multiply the armor penetration. Like this, because the resulting armor is bigger than if I just remove the armor penetration. And this is 10%, right? 20% shows a much different. So, and then we can say, okay, when we copy this here, right? And we say, well, this is, whoops, number 1. And then this is number 2. I think all we need to do is copy this, place that here, and then do that. And then it says value. What do I do? 48 divided by 53. 53 is this. And then this is 47. No, this got to be 48, brother. And then divide that not by 53, but 54. Huh? But am I stupid? Sorry. Wait. 4853. 4853. And then this is 4854. Right? No, wait. That sucks. Oh, yeah. No, of course. Wait. Is it though? 10 hits? The stream title is a bit unfavorably written. Sounds like you're making a fun game and a game dev failure. No, we're gonna look at the game dev failure in a second, man. And yes, I am a failure too. It's been 2 years and I don't even have 1,000 wish lists. So I'm definitely doing something wrong, man. It's not about adding armor penetration, collector of stuff. It's about adding a new upgrade, and the upgrade happens to be armor penetration. The crude sword happens to be an option to penetrate armor. That's what it is. That's why we are working on this now. We are looking at the different choices. Let me see here. Am I doing this correctly? 48 divided by 54. So this is wrong. This needs to be 53. So this is also less. Wait, that doesn't make any sense. Number 1 should be the reduction. Wait, I'm confused. I deal less damage. This is not number 1, this is number 2. Guys, how do I exchange 2 lines? So this is number 2 and this is number 1. God damn it. This is number 1. What happened? This is number 2. Can I just say Control X? Paste that here. Then Control X. Paste that here. Then Control X. God, I love this. So good. Yeah. And then over here, number 1 takes... Okay, sorry about that. That's 53. Finally. Okay. Then we move this over. And then this is 54 and 48. Finally. Okay, so finally we are done with this. So, the difference is quite big. The same armor penetration value on the same monster against the same monster results in 13 hits here for option number 2 versus only 11 hits here. So basically we are doing 2 less hits on the enemy because we are calculating armor penetration differently, and that happens for all armor penetration levels. So for example, let's say I have 50% armor. That is still 14 against 16. And that happens for all. 10% is also 16 against 18 hits. You have to always round up here. Because 15.8 hits is 16 hits. There is no 0.8 hits in a tower defense game. You either hit the enemy or you don't. Hello Fuzzy, good morning bro. Hope you're doing good. And hello Poseidon and Jaden on YouTube. Welcome you guys. Wonder what you think about John's video about not learning OpenGL these days now. You can link it on... You can say the title on YouTube. Maybe I've watched it already. Or you can link it on Discord, actually, on YouTube. That sounds interesting. I think his point is, though, that OpenGL is complicated. But I might be wrong. I think we watched it already. I don't think it's that complicated. But it definitely... You need to learn it a bit, yes. And I think his point was that it could be so much easier, while it's not. And the reason why it's not so easy is because the vendors, you have different shading languages and stuff like that. Maybe that's it. Cakez, how did you manage descriptor sets and pools in Vulkan? Did you just use push descriptors? I didn't use push descriptors, no. I wrote a shader reflection code that looked at the shaders, found out the different descriptors, their sets and their bindings. Then I generated an error of bindings and... not an error, an array of sets and bindings in each set. And then using this array, I generated a pipeline using those descriptors. And as identification, I used enums. So for example, I had an enum that I would call the transform storage buffer descriptor, or what I don't remember exactly, but something transform storage buffer. And so whenever I found that descriptor, I would generate a piece. Like it was so annoying to deal with, man. Today what I would do is I would just hard code this. So I would say shader, my main shader uses these descriptors and sets, and that's locked in. And then the next shader for, let's say, trails uses this descriptor and these sets. I would not make it generic, because that's why Vulkan is annoying. If you're trying to make it generic, I think Vulkan only makes sense when you know exactly what you're doing, what you want to do. Thank you very much for following, Oblomov. Anyways, guys, I think that decides it. We're gonna do minus penetration, because that's better. Now we just need to decide on an armor value. So you can see here that with the first upgrade gives us 20% penetration. It takes... We just have to test it, right? If 50% armor, I feel like that's a bit much. Maybe 40%, that's what I was eyeballing. So on no upgrades, it takes us 12 hits. But then on upgrade... On the first upgrade, we go down to 9. I would like this discrepancy to be 4. So basically, I want to go from 12 hits to 8. That would be 4 hits difference by just having the correct upgrade with armor penetration. And that makes it so much better. So let me think. We need to work with this value here. Let's see, 360. That is 14 to 10. No, wait. It's here. That is 12 to almost 8.18. So 350. Ooh. That is 8 to 11. 355. 12 to, that sucks. I don't think I can. Unless I do 400. That is 13 to, 390. 13 to 9. There it is. See? So now, instead of taking 13 hits, when I have the correct upgrade... Hey, that's amazing. That's nice. With the correct upgrade, we have 4 hits difference. And then if we don't have armor penetration at all, what does that look like? We have 17 hits to 12, so 5 hits less. That's also nice. 17 hits to 12 is good. I forgot to ask you, you said that DirectX 11 has great error messages. Does Vulkan have great error messages also? Yes. Vulkan has very, very, very good error messages. They call them validation layers or validation errors. I think it's validation layers. Gingerbill, hi Bill. Thanks for Odin, great work. Yeah, hey Gingerbill, do you have like an ETA on how long it takes you to get a mobile build going? Like you're working on this, right? What do you think is the ETA? I can understand if you're not able to say it, because you don't want to lock yourself in, but what do you think? I'm working on Android as we speak. Yeah, I heard that, right? I heard that. Also, thank you for linking my short about you. Or I think it was on your Twitter, right? I'll have you know, I have another short about you. I will come out in the next weeks. I don't know when. Like I have like 20 more shorts coming out in the next 20 days. So another short. It's a good one, you know? It's a good one. No, guys, it was funny. It was a funny part on the stream, okay? You have another shot? Okay, and you're back. Okay, I get it. Okay. So 390 and 40% armor, is that much? Let's test. Sub-target Android works now, but I'm also working on bundling aspect too. So for full Android support will be a while. As for iOS, that's in a similar position. Oh, I have a question for you guys. Yeah, I might ask you guys a question about Blender too. Because Haskars made awesome files in Blender for me. But I don't know how to change their look. So we were talking about this earlier. Do I still have it open? Yeah. We were talking about turning this from nighttime to daytime. Which I think is certainly possible. But Blender, let me open up Blender. Haskars made a Blender project for me and I have absolutely no idea how to use Blender. It's been such a long time. Let me open file, open. Maybe you guys know this. Changi Defense Blend. So this is what it looks like. He made the entire thing in Blender. There's like a test. He said that it was easier for him. How do I get from this image to this? Like, what did he do to generate this image? I know that he must have rendered something. Like, what do I need to do to render this image with lighting and stuff on? I don't know what he did. All I know is that this is in the renderer or in Blender. So how can I change that, guys? Does anyone know? Where's this? Render it F12. I tried that, but it was... Click on render. I did that, but then it broke. So F12, you say? Click on render. Where's render again? Am I blind? I saw that yesterday. Why do I not find this on stream? I hate that. Where is the render button, guys? It's there, bro. Here. Render image. See, like F12? Nothing happened. That didn't show up yesterday. Absolutely, that did not show up yesterday. I hate this so. I should have recorded a video. This is so dumb. It didn't show up. No, it did. Trust 100%. I'm not joking. It didn't show up yesterday. No way. No, guys, it didn't show up. Okay, anyways, so how can I change the color of this now? We believe you. I didn't close at 0.5. It loaded in for an eternity and nothing ever happened. And I was like, why does it take so long to render this image? That should be instant. And nothing happened. Maybe you clicked F13. Yeah. So guys, how do I now change like the lighting of this? Or like, is there no lighting? Ads are running. Yeah, you're right. First time you run, it takes a long time. It does, yeah. Did you not do any off-screen rendering? Therefore, needed different descriptor sets for each shader and render target combination. Did you? I didn't do any off-screen rendering, no. Because I was making a 2D game, bro. You know, there was no need. Are you a voice? No, I'm not a voice actor. No lighting in a 2D render? I don't know. Like, all I see is that the background here is green, or like it's white or something. I don't know what this is. The skybox or whatever he's generating. This is white, but when I press F12, it's blue. So how can I make this? How can I make this like brighter blue? Does anyone know? Maybe the moon? But I think that's like a whatever. Skeletons? Rocks? Then he did empty? What is this? I saw that there were more planes yesterday. Grass templates. Wait, I cannot show these? Calibration? Change the render viewport top right. The render viewport. The render viewport top right. This here? Maybe 2 renders are fine, Blender, but it was a struggle, clueless. I don't know how the scene is composed, but I can add lamps into the scene. But you can add lamps to the scene. Search for lights in the hierarchy. But do I need to change the camera? Last of these 4 spheres on the top right. Viewport shading? Oh! Ah, okay. And like, how do I change the shading? Thank you, man. And also, terrain. Why is this not visible? What the hell? F12? No, wait. Something is not right here. I don't know what that means. Huh? I have no clue what that does. Totally do not understand this at all. That looked different yesterday. Definitely looked different. You're so lucky you just get stuff like this spoon-fed to you. Whatever, dude. This looked different yesterday. I feel like... Classic pink texture. No, that looked different yesterday, guys. Maybe grass templates? Wait a minute. Maybe it's grass templates. I can't find it though. I don't know, like there's definitely something missing, because when I press F12, the ground is wrong, and I know that I somehow managed to enable that yesterday. Empty. Sazbalon? What is that? Oh, here, for example, this. You see this? So this is the, like, the pencil thing. So if Sazbalon exists, then where is the template for the grass? If you hover over the 3D viewport, press Shift A at... Wait, why is it not visible now? Control Q in the line menu. Pink means the texture is missing. The eye is what's shown in the viewport. Ah, I see. So Sazbalon, it should also be rendered, right? Then if I press F12, then it also renders the... Yeah, I think that's... Okay, now that we have this, where is the grass? He definitely has grass here too. I don't understand. I feel like yesterday it was showing this. Yeah, like this, for example. But it's not shading it for some reason. And then this says missing texture. I don't understand. Grass color. What is missing? And it's behind me, so you guys can't even see it. Uh-oh. Now what did I do? Press Ctrl Q to change it. I don't trust you, Shade11, sorry. Missing texture. But I don't think there is a texture here, or? How do I find the texture? Surface emission. Oh. Name, data, grass color. Is that yellow? Does that mean it's not there? Yeah, maybe it just doesn't work. I don't know. He said it needs to be Blender 4.3. Point something. Maybe the shading tab at the top? Yeah, we already went here. Or which shading tab do you mean? Go to the material tab. Where's the material tab? This here? Aha, so this material is... What else? Maybe... grass? What now? No. I don't know. I can't compose the same image that he did for me. So I guess I might have to ask him, because he built this, and maybe he can send me new, like his Blender files. On top? There's a material tab? Where? I don't see tabs here at all, man. Top center? There's no material tab, bro. Viewport shading. What is this? Shading tab? But they are all called shading. Material preview. Solid. Wireframe. Rendered. Shading tab. I don't know where the shading tab is, bro! Because it doesn't say shading anywhere. What are you talking about? There is no shading tab. A tab is this, okay? This is a tab. Bloop. Oh, bloop. Shay. Misspelled?
Which library you use? Oh, I see.
Shut up! Shading. This right here is a tab. Do you understand me now, please? There is no tab in Blender. Okay? So when you guys are saying shading tab, I'm looking for a tab. There is no tab. Top window, bozo? You mean this? That's a menu point. At least it looks like one. So apparently this is... Okay, I'm stupid. So this is a tab. But doesn't do anything. Aha! Holy. Okay, never mind. Still, man. Okay, it's difficult to see that. Holy moly, what is going on here? Yeah, guys, I'm done. Like, there's absolutely no way I'm gonna understand this. No way. I'm not understanding this at all. It's GG's. No, it's over. Listen. It is over. Mentech, thank you very much for following. And we have hit 10,000 followers. Hey, 10k real followers. Almost no bots. My man. We might have like 50 bots though. So, thank you guys. Congratulations. To render camera, you need to be enabled. First time you run, it takes a long time. There's a color right there you want to change. Listen, so the end result of the image is this. I'll show you. Bruh. So assets. Streaming. I always forget where this is. It's not here. This is not it. This is not it. I can never... Why do I not find it? Streaming website? Layers. Here. So basically he gives me this. This is taken straight from Blender. My render looks like this. So there's... The grass is missing. And obviously he's turned off some layers, right? But still. So this is here. This is here. This is here. All of that is here. So I'm just gonna have to ask him how to enable this. Guys, this has nothing to do with Unity or Unreal Engine. This is a thumbnail picture for Steam. You guys are stupid, right? Because you're talking about two different things right now. A thumbnail picture for Steam has nothing to do with what engine you use. Okay? You dummies? So when you're talking about Unity, this is not something you do in Unity. It looks really good. Nice of the guy. Yeah, he's really, 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 really good. He is. Really good. And I'm happy he did this. I'm just too stupid to understand how to use it. That's all. So yeah. It's like tabs and menus, you know. Yeah, it looks really confusing, but I guess I understand now. So anyways, I'm gonna have to ask him how to enable that, or if he could send me another Blender file with the settings properly done, because I don't know how to enable that. To me, it looks like there's something missing, but I might have also just... I never oversaved this, if that makes sense. So don't save. Anyways, thank you guys for trying to help. I did learn a lot, and that is the final result, which looks really good. I edited a little bit with different colors, but yeah, looks amazing. And so yeah, looks really nice. Cakez, ask him to pack all the resources in the blend file, so there shouldn't be any missing textures. I think he did. Maybe not. I don't know. I'll ask him again. I just thought I'd ask on stream because I was trying to figure this out off stream and I didn't manage to do it. Guys, I need to go to the bathroom. Again, I'm sorry. Looks like AAA tier game. Yeah, man. Toxic Pros. I appreciate it, man. Thank you. Yes. Game over? Nani? Game over? What is going on here? Why are we game over? How long has this been in development? 7 years, you're wrong. You're lying. Banned. 3 months, lol. 4 years, you're wrong too. It's been 3 years. Liar. So it's been 3 years, bro. Anyways, let me unpause notifications. 36 months.
I don't get the error.
Let's see.
I did get the
33
error.
damage.
I did get the error yesterday, yes.
Yes. With minus penetration. Why is it the same now? Oh, because we don't have armor penetration. Wait, we don't have any armor penetration. 33 damage still? That makes them so easy. They're still so easy to beat. Bruh. What do I get here? This. Can you please update the clip pool? Well, at least now they are getting past. How much you do here? 24 damage. That's half as much damage from your base damage, 40. That's actually good. Yeah. Can you add my cat to the game? No. It's a roguelike. It is an RPG like MMO type game where you build your own MMO party, but you control all of the party yourself.
Check.
That's what I'm
Doesn't
trying
work
to
on
build.
AMD. Check. Unbalanced game.
Okay,
Check.
so this
UI
looks
bugs.
okay.
Check.
Round 8. Now
Yeah,
round
all
9 is
day.
what we have to
Check.
change. Because it introduces a new enemy already. We have a bunch of armored enemies here. Maybe space them out a bit more. Round 7. No, round 8. Okay, guys, this is where we go back to game development. Round 8. We have 4 crawlers and their spawn frequency will be 2.4. Or let's say 2. And then we spawn these at 18. There was +8, so that will be 20. But we'll spawn 20 fast rats. Wait, so if we have a rat spawning here. Dot path index is 1. Can you add a tomato with a rocket launcher? What? Why not balloons? How's your dead line doing, Cakez? What? My cat is so mad about this. Guys, what happened to 7TV, by the way? Got to compositing tab, but it may be there. I'm just gonna ask him, it's fine. Can you add a tomato with a rocket launcher to the game? Oh, I'm gonna add a tangerine with a... What is this called, guys? What is this called right here? Give me a sec. Cannon? We're gonna have a cannonball tangerine. I've already built this. I need to animate this. Kaboof. 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 It's gonna be amazing. Can't wait. Now, I probably can't rotate this and aim, but it will be fun. I might just have to either have it left or right. I think that's all it can do. I don't think rotating makes much sense like this. I think that would look weird, right? When we're talking about animating hits like these guys have, right? These sword hits, they are animated. I don't think I can animate this cannon like the swords here. So I probably just have to animate it using frames. Where it's like, it squashes itself. Boom, boom, boom. Something like this. I don't know. We'll have to see. Can we get a react for a 10 follower goal? 10,000 follower goal reach. Can we get a react? We're gonna look at something interesting. Ouch. Cannon Tangy. Can I even show this?
What happened?
I don't think I can show this. I think people get hurt there. I don't think I can show this, bro. I might get banned for this. It's safe. I don't know. Like, I'm so scared that this might not be safe. Looks cool, though. Not gonna lie, if I was you, I would add geometrical shapes to the gameplay, and when you play the changes in a certain geometrical shapes, they gain power, and you can unlock scrolls throughout the game that show you stronger and stronger combinations. Geometrical shapes. Okay, so we need to change round 8, don't we? Sorry, I get distracted so much. We just did change round 8, so let's see. Now I need to restart the round. Save.
Am I so out of touch?
Build this.
No.
Saravok_A just subscribed. Damn 7 months. Am I one fan now?
Number 1 fan? Are you number 1? Well, if you're positive, yeah. If not, then no. It depends, right? Positive? Of course. But if you're negative... I don't know about that. Okay, so that seems better. Cool. Now let's place this guy. Oh, he doesn't have... I see. Kiss ass equals number 1. No, I'm number 1 this week. If I was you, I'd make my game idea. Classical building. That would be a different game. I'd probably make a different... It would be a different game. You're right. It's interesting, but I don't think it fits because My game will be all about positioning your units properly to counter enemy attacks. And so we'll see how that goes, by the way. So round 9, round 8. How was round 8 again? Guys, do you think round 8 is good enough? These are armored enemies. They take less damage from armored attack, from normal attacks. And so they get further in here. Are these strong enough? Or like, are the enemies strong enough or are they too weak? It's difficult to say. I might just have to restart to test. Let's see here. Let's quickly play until round 9 or 8. Two guys made Hollow Knight and Skill Song, and you cannot finish this children's pixel art game. Oh, you guys, you're triggering. You're triggering. Hollow Knight development time. Stupid dumbass. How long? From 2014 to 2017. Originated from Alundum Dare. Developers. These people probably... It doesn't matter. We're gonna do research later. You're stupid. It was 4, and then you're even lying. And you're lying as well. God damn, man. Stupid dumbos. It's crazy. Okay, let me see. So what would be a good upgrade from 55 damage? 80 damage and 20 armor penetration. 20%. We go from 9 hits to not even 6. That's bad. That's only 9 hits to 7. That's only 2 less hits. That's really bad. So that upgrade needs to be really strong. It needs to be at least 85. Then we go from 9 hits to 6. That's 3 less hits. That's good. But then that's 85 damage. So why am I saying this? Because the... what is it called? What's it called again? The item. Crude sword? Was it this one? I think it was the crude sword, right? That needs to be 25, actually 35 physical damage. And armor pierce. And then some attack speed. To make it valuable here. To go down to 6 hits. I feel like that's too crazy. But okay. Let's add the crude sword to tier 2 items. For the... Wait, let me sort these. Defender. Mage. I thought I sorted these already though. And then the healer. Okay, let's see. The defender has this. And we have this. The mage has quite a few items actually. Then the ranger has this and the healer has nothing. I think we need to do that. But then this doesn't work, so we'll have to comment it out. Actually, that doesn't work. Let me think. So I'll put that here for now. The top. And then here's a backslash. That will work. Okay, so we need to add another defender item. That would be item, crude sword. Now we have the crude sword in the drop list. So we can drop it. That's the first tier 2 weapon. Alright, let's see. But did these guys do reacts? Cakez has to do hard work, reacts while being a dev. Yep, very hard work, true. Okay, how much do we have? What level? 6. Cakez, the dev team was 4 people. Yeah, we can deep dive Hollow Knight at some point if you guys want to. Basically, what I'm always interested in is what was their experience when they first started Hollow Knight? Did they already have experience? Or did they start it out from nothing? Like, how did they learn the art? How did they learn the gameplay, programming? Stuff like that is, in my opinion, really interesting. And it shows you, oftentimes what it shows you is that when you are making a game and you feel like you are left behind these big players, oftentimes what you are missing is not skill, but time. So they might have spent 10 years making games already, while you are in your 2nd year or 3rd year. And your game doesn't look nearly as good as their game because they have more experience, because they've been in there longer. And that's why I like these deep dives. They threw all the art in the notebook. Like, what they do and how they did it, oftentimes, well, I guess it does matter, but you come to learn how to do different things by trying out things, right? So let's say you, in your first game, you try to do art in a way and that didn't work, and then you try to do art in a different way and stuff like that. So while you can learn from something like that, it's also good to know that these, let's say, crazy good people, obviously they made mistakes, right? There's no way they did this perfectly the first time. There's bound to be something they did wrong. And I think that's good to look at, because then you can see that they are not all like invincible humans. If it was from Alone Room there 2013, they at least had game jam experience. Yeah, maybe, but you can also you can also join a game jam for your first time. So, was it their first game jam? Or maybe not? Difficult to say. And that's where a deep dive will tell you, well, it was their first game, or maybe not. Let me see. Oh, I didn't get the weapon. Maybe now? No! God damn! One next to it, though. Sucks. Let me sell this. And then get another tangerine. Maybe here. Shouldn't have sold it, though. Anyways, it is out. I sold it now. No, they're the perfect devs that make perfect games. Yeah, so that's... Wait. Didn't I click on the other one? Shit. This could be turned into a profitable online casino. So yeah, that's what I'm trying to maximize, though. I'm trying to maximize the chest openings so that the gambling aspect, the dopamine that you get... You only unlock these weapons once, no, Cakez? Yes. And I take inspiration from Bloons TD5, where after only playing for about 30 minutes in the game, I was already controlling World War II Kampfjets, bombers, these propeller Flugzeuge in English, and then shooting across the entire map. Missiles. Shooting missiles across the entire map. After 30 minutes. And so I took a look at my game. And people spend 30 minutes in my game. And what do they unlock? They can unlock one weapon and maybe one item here. After 30 minutes of playing. They can unlock one of these, and one of these. And I'm like... I already, at this point, the Dart Monkey has 6 upgrades. Because you only have 2 upgrades in Bloons TD5, right? There's only one path you can go further than, I think, tier 3 or tier 2 upgrades. But he already had between 4 and 5 upgrades. And I had multiple other monkeys that also had more upgrades. And so I was like, well, I'm not dropping enough chests in my game. That's as simple as that. I'm not dropping enough chests. So I need to give the player more possibilities to drop more chests. They need to drop more. I need more items. I need more choices. And then when I get the choices, these choices need to be meaningful. So for example, what can make this tangerine much better gameplay wise? If you look at the dart monkey, when does the dart monkey really get good? When he gets a lot of pierce and he shoots multiple darts at once. So pierce and multiple projectiles, multiple hits. Now this guy can get multiple hits per swing. Right now he's only hitting 2. So a good weapon upgrade for this guy would be a weapon that gives him 1 additional hit. For example. I think spells make the difference. In my game, I also have spells, yes. So I can't make the upgrades too powerful. But it feels good when, for example, you're using this guy and all of a sudden you're hitting 3 guys at once instead of 2. So yeah. Let's see, what does this look like now? Yeah, I need to make these bleed immune, by the way. They shouldn't be bleeding. Skeletons should be bleed immune. I like the cannonball upgrade for the dart monkey. Yeah, it basically is endless pierce or very, very, very strong pierce, but you can only shoot in a straight line. Like, then it makes sense to place the dart monkey here in this position, and then he shoots all the way here. He hits all of these. Yes. You can unlock spells in Bloons TD6. Yeah, in Bloons TD6 you can unlock global spells that can be used on the entire map. And I think a good place or a good feature of my game would be to have some of these abilities be active abilities, which is already planned. There's already a distinction in the game that I can use. I thought I will only let the latest. So you can see, right? I have unlocked the first ability here and the second. And I would need to level up a lot more to get to the last. Originally, I thought I only give you the last as like an active ability that you can use. But why not sprinkle in some abilities that can be used as an active ability earlier? So for example, let's say, I don't know, I have a banner here. The healing banner, instead of placing it automatically around this unit, I turn this into an active ability that the player can place on their own. So they click this banner, much like in a MOBA game, they get a circular preview of what it would look like. And then you can place the banner yourself and it shoots down from the air. Boom. And then the banner is placed there and it heals all of the tangerines in this area. Hosting is still there. Oh, I should probably get rid of that. But I guess I'll keep it for now. I remove the one with the capital H. Cakez, will you be able to quit your job if you reach 1,000 viewers? 1,000 times 5, what I get now? Yes. It will take more time, but yes, I think so. Or if my game starts selling well. One of the two. I think my game will start selling well before I even reach 1,000 viewers. I don't think I'm gonna reach 1,000 viewers before I have like a good game out. Even like, it's difficult to say because, yeah, like look at streamers like Lana Lux. It's really difficult, and even Soaring's been doing very, very well. To hit 1,000 viewers is really difficult. How long till you release, you imagine? I want to release this year. It's a huge priority of mine. I spent a lot of time thinking about the game, trying to make it better. And I'm hoping to release the game with the editor, like the spline editor. So when we generate, was it? Huh? Does it not generate splines from this? Did it turn it off or something? Weird. Maybe I need to work on this again. But I'll do that off stream. Basically, the spline editor is part of this. Soaring also doesn't get a penny, so sad. Yeah, I feel like he should be. I feel like that's an oversight on Twitch. I feel like they're discriminating just because of where he lives. I can understand they don't want to do that because of him. That money might support Russia, but still. I feel like that's sad for him. It sucks. Cakez, can you explain why do you keep people like Rico around? It seems like all he does is post negative, insulting shit constantly. Can't even tell if it's a joke most of the time. I noticed that too. It's not him only, but yes, like, I don't understand why. I really don't. I'd permaban you immediately. I don't understand that either, bro. I just don't know. Not a joke. Over the years, you have streamed less and less, but gained more viewers, Cakez. Yeah, because I upload more to YouTube. I didn't upload at all to YouTube in the beginning, and YouTube is just much more important than doing something on Twitch. So, for example, what I'm doing right now, when you're thinking about growing a stream, that's bad. Because I'm not providing any value. I might have like a funny short about the situation in Blender, but that won't make the stream explode or something like that. It's just a funny clip. Like when you're thinking about it in a content creation sense. Because what you do on stream, the better you do it, you can just upload it to YouTube and you don't have to spend much time editing and stuff like that. But it is how it is. I'm not sad at all. It's just a fact. I'm not sad about this at all. Because I choose to do that. Every day when I log in, I can choose what I do on stream. I don't have to do this. I do it because I want to do it. Because I want to make my game on stream. That's what it is. Otherwise, I would be doing something completely different. I would be harvesting organs in what is it called? In RimWorld and stuff like that. I would be copying the big YouTubers that do these interesting things. I would do challenge runs in Dark Souls and then cut them down. These get millions of views. But I just don't want to do that. I want to make a game. Did you choose not? I didn't. I delivered. Honestly, I did not find the shading tab at all. I thought the shading tab was on the right side where the inspector was. And I was looking there. And I literally didn't find it. And I wasn't taking a look at the middle portions of the Blender part because I thought these were menu points, not tabs. I seriously thought these were menu points. I know you're from the Odin video. It was the time I started to try out Odin. Which Odin video are we talking about? The one that is cut down, I try Odin for the first time, or where I make a 3D game in Odin? I would imagine the first time Odin, the edited one. Hey Dev Spudgers, good morning. Hope you're doing good. Hope you have a good stream. Good morning. Yeah, hello guys. Currently working on making the game more fun, aka providing more upgrade opportunities. The one with Gingerbill? I think Gingerbill was in both, to be honest. But yeah, in the first one he was there more, that for sure. Most devs I've seen on Twitch are working coding first and react to chat once in a while. Yeah, I talk more to chat because I like it more. And that's just the way it is. Yeah. I mean, that's what I like doing. I can get way more stuff done if I just shut up and program and code. But I can do that off stream. I feel like don't need to stream for that. Does the negativity get to you sometimes? Sometimes it's annoying, yeah. But then I just ban people and move on. Like, if I notice that, for example, let's say I want to do a react. And I know that the people will be negative or talk shit about the react. I'm just going to ban them for the entirety of the react. So they shut up. Because ultimately it's my decision what I do, not theirs. Sure, I'm not going to mod Rico because I have to time him out so much. Give me the weapon! No! Come on! Fuck! I want the blue weapon. Okay, fine. Gotta run. Have a good day, everyone. You too, Dev Spudgers. Thanks for joining and raiding, of course. Speaking of reacts, I posted a suggestion. I already have a suggestion for today. Right now I'm just relaxing, but we should probably no longer auto start rounds. I think this round is fine. It might be a bit difficult, but we can still beat it. The one thing that I just don't like about the armored part of my game is that it's not a complete counter. So when an armored enemy approaches, it is not like in Bloons, the lead Bloon, where I have to have a special ability or a special tick to be able to pop the lead Bloon. It's just taking less damage. So it can still be beaten, but it's taking less damage. And so here's a question. In Rogue Tower, how do they do this in Rogue Tower? Lost Kodama, thank you very much for following. They have armored enemies in Rogue Tower, right? How? In my game too? Yeah, so, but how does it work in Rogue Tower? Because I'm just looking at different options. Sorry, Cakez, I'll stop. It's fine, Christ, it's fine. I can see that. I know what, I also understand that. Like, I see that as well. And if it gets out of hand, I'll definitely do something. But as long as it doesn't really bother me, it's fine. And again, I can always time out people when I want to do something, and I know that will get annoying. The cool thing is that luckily I have the control. I can pause notifications and I can time out people, so it's fine. Armor gets melted first, then health. So what if I have a tower that doesn't deal armor damage? What happens then? Do I just deal 0 damage to the enemy? How does it work? So basically what you're saying is, if I have an enemy and they have a health bar, before I'm able to defeat the health bar, they also have this armor bar. And if I don't have armor damage, do I deal 0 damage to this? Is it just 0 damage? Maybe if you focus on the game dev stuff much more instead of React, so trying to be a creator too much, you will naturally have more content, again, doing what you really love. Making a game is slow. And you can, unless you do some interesting topic and you try to cover this in a stream, like for example, the dual grid system, that's interesting. Splines is interesting. 2D lighting is interesting. Unless you do a big topic like that in a stream, making a game and fine-tuning numbers and replaying the same game over and over again is not really fun for the viewer, because you're literally repeating yourself multiple times. You're doing the same thing over and over again. I've played this game on stream right now, or in the last 2 hours and 50 minutes. I've played this like, I don't know, 10 times, 12 times. That's why I started watching you back then. It's about the journey. Yeah, there are people that watch you, but again, the difference is that it's not that that there's no one that doesn't like it. How do you say that? The difference is not that there's no one out there that likes this. The difference is that the majority of people, for them it's too slow. And so you can hit market saturation in a way where you can only find so many people that like this slow progress. They want to see something more interesting and fun. It's niche, yes. Exactly. And so it's like speedrunning a certain game. And the game will determine, when you're speedrunning it, how many viewers you could potentially gain. Because it's just speedrunning a game. Right? So yeah, anyways, that's just the way it is, and I'm not mad about it at all. All I want is to just finish my game, and on the stream I just like talking about it. That's all. I really enjoy this, and I hope that we can just have longer stream times in the future, right? And I want to do multiple different things on stream. I just like streaming and I like making games. And I think the journey is just much more enjoyable for me if I can talk about it along the way. That's all. Armor mechanics should lower the damage received to not completely negate it. In contrast, armor penetration should ignore the percentage of armor instead of completely bypassing it. Yeah, but that's what it's doing. Armor penetration is a direct minus to the armor. So let's say you have 50 armor and 20% armor penetration, then that is 50 minus 20 results in 30 armor. Maybe work more off stream? I do. No, I don't like that. Like, if I do something new, then I go in blind. Like, for example, I don't think we will do inverse kinematics in the future, to be honest. But let's say we do, right? When I have slept like 100 hours a day, and I went into 5 different, what's it called, saunas to relax, then we might do inverse kinematics on stream, yeah. I saw that with the Linux server, it was scary. Yeah, it is how it is. I mean, it was still fun for some people. Yeah. Anyways, round 9, guys. Where are we? Oh, we got the crude sword. Look at this, guys. Why does it look so fucked up? Ugh. Look at this, guys. We get a new weapon. Shouldn't it be in the weapons here? I see. I haven't fully implemented this, I think. The crude sword. Yeah, where's the to-do? It's in the game.h file somewhere. Let me find this. Testing, yeah. This will be a choice predefined until blacksmith is locked. This one, the chosen items. Yikes, I didn't implement this yet. This right here needs to be in the save game. God damn it. I didn't put it in the save game. It's right next to the save game. I forgot. And that's why the crude sword doesn't show up here. Okay, fine. I'll make it show up for now. But I have to fix this. And I'll do that off stream because that's just some technical stuff. Weapon upgrades. Right here. So this will be gone. Cakez, I agree with this. This gambling mechanic makes no sense anymore because the player has no sense of what the weapons mean in the gamble machine. So it doesn't feel like a slot machine where you strive for the 777. I don't know. Once you know that green is better than gray. I agree with this. Would a color box around the item indicate the rarity more exact? But it does. Wait. Look. Maybe it's not visible enough? So you guys think it should be more visible? It's not visible indeed. Let's see. Cakez like in CSGO, do you have a picture? It's not clear to me. Okay, well, I can take that. That's fine. Okay. For sure. How can I tell? I want the weapon over the other. YouTube?
I'll pull up the order. If you're joining in late, this is in which order?
Okay, well.
Of number 1. We mean Bravo. With that track with 18 patterns. Fans, 9.
What am I supposed to see here, bro? Like what?
From over to CSGO, Rampant Blue Gem, arrows. And here we go, baby. Holo. This is just the foreplay.
Eh? The loot box mechanic, the colors. So the colors at the bottom here. The blue purple under this. Aha. So basically instead of this it will be Okay. Eh? Did I Google? Eh? No, I already have other ideas, but I just want to see if there's maybe. Nah, there's no. Well, the auto suggest fix. I don't know. Maybe it has to do with Rarity. Yeah, it seems to be something with the Rarity. I don't know what it is. Why that is. Little Pony. I don't know why that is in there. I have no idea. Something to do with this word. Rarity is the best pony. Is that a name for the pony or something? Is that this pony's name? I don't know how to explain it, bro. Okay, I see. Well, you guys are right. You can't really see the difference. Also, it's behind. It's not behind. So, guys, do you think it should be slower over time as well? So that you can see the weapons better, like in the CSGO case here?
To Bravos. Here we go, baby. First capsule of the night. It is time, baby. Yes.
How slow is it?
This is just the foreplay.
How's it? Why is it like restarting? Also, maybe the rare item should list when it's spinning. What? The rare item should not list when it's spinning? No, it needs to show. That's what it is about. Who are these idiots? I don't know who these are. But hey, what do you mean? They have like 1 million views here, bro. So, I don't know. That doesn't look like an idiot to me. That looks like a smart person, bro. This guy's farming. 1 pixel is goated? 1 pixel? So, let's see. How could I do that? Just make it more obvious. Yeah, I'll try. I have an idea. I have an idea. In-game chest open. Display choices. Animation time. This is displaying it when it's done. This is the gambling bar. And content. This is the gamble animation. And here we have the icon. And here's the glow. Oh, excuse me. And then, hi, can you show how you made the roads and so on? I don't think I can anymore, because I feel like I must have broken something, because it doesn't work. So, for example... Wait, does it work now? Oh, it does work. Interesting. In this level, the roads are made using splines. And in the previous level... Tile set. This is using a tile set. But I could also... enable sprites, but for some reason it is not showing me. Eh? Why is it not showing the path here? It's not generating it for some reason. not generating me. Oh, because I'm dumb. Of course. Because the roads piece is not selected. Here. I need to select that. It's this part right here. And then I think it is P? Yeah. Ah, there it is. Yeah, yeah. So basically it is taking a texture like this and then building vertices like a spline along the path, and then it is taking the texture and sampling it. The path tiles, no, it didn't have this texture here, that's why. And then it can be turned on and off either I want it or not. And I don't remember what this was. Oh yeah, this was cross sections, which I don't have this implemented yet. So for this map, I don't use it because I have the splines. Sorry, not the splines, the tile set that does it. And so let me see. Oh, I see. I actually fixed this here. Interesting. Yeah, anyways, so let's save this. Crossroads. And I have an entire VOD on YouTube on how I did the splines over I think 2 days. Sound effects sound a bit weak. Yeah, the sound effects will be added later. So basically, for coding this animation, I have a... Where's the glow again? Here. We have a glow square. And then we can take the... How big is this size thing? Spread is 40. So then I can make this at least max. What is that supposed to be? We can say the size of this glow piece is definitely 40 by... what is the height on this selection window? 44. 48. So that could also be 40. Let's test that. And then we also... Hi, how's it going? Hey, baby Sprinkle, good morning. Thanks for asking. Good. We are working on gameplay and making finding loot more exciting. And I got very good feedback from chat today.
Thank you, but I'm only horny for Luigi for 500 bits. Cheer 500. Wow, we look at this cute game and even cuter game developer. Progress looks fantastic, sir. Happy aggressive hand rubs to you and chat.
Good morning. Thank you very much for the support. Hello, SpaceFit. Good morning. Appreciate it. Big W's. Big W's in chat for SpaceFit. Come on, guys. Cakez, I would also suggest the use of colors from CSGO, as it is the same in most games and familiar. I try to use... Let me see. Consumer... this is literally the same color 3 times. What are you talking about, bro? That is literally the same color 3 times. Scroll. Oh, I see. Sticker quality, patch quality. Patch quality? They have a patch quality? This is a high-grade patch. In this patch, we made some amazing changes to gameplay and skins. And weapons, of course. Remarkable. What is the difference between a high grade and remarkable patch? Is it software patch? The second table. The sticker quality, you mean? Or the skin quality? Yeah, like this is the same color 3 times, bro. Sorry. I would choose one color here and then just go from here. And so I start with this. No, I feel like... No, I feel like... Gray. Green. Blue. And purple or... Orange is the typical RPG progression colors. World of Warcraft. Listen, World of Warcraft. No, so listen, this is an RPG game. WoW. Rarity. Colors. Look. No, I hate this. Can I get rid of this? I don't care about... I clicked on this. It happened recently that this started occurring, man. Here. We have poor, common, uncommon, rare, epic, legendary. So I don't have epic, but I have legendary immediately. I could have epic in there too. Okay, let's see. What does that look like now? Did I even build that? Oh, also the selection window, right? Guys, UI, change layer. Needs to be at least one more. And then over here, that needs to be -2. Another example of AI stuffed in places you never asked for it. Yeah, it is. I mean, it only happens in Edge, so I guess it's fine. But yeah. Alright, guys, let's see. I'm now drawing a square. Oh, God. Oh, but it's not bad, actually. What do you guys think about this? We need to make the size a bit smaller. Or should I just not do any linear filtering here? Can you add spacing? Yeah, I will do that now. 32 by maybe 32. Better. Green looks like poisoned item though. Yeah. So what about this? Hey, it's getting better, don't you think? Oops. Improvement? Yeah, thank you guys for the suggestion. That's actually really good. You guys think the green is not good enough? Oh, so by the way, why don't I get a green item? No? Oh, I think this is good. Can you show higher rarity? I don't have that in the game yet. I guess I can. I actually can, yes. Let me see. Tier 2 items, tier 3 item. Actually, I can. I just need to look at the loot table. And the silver rats can now also add tier 3 items. Then I think it works. Oh, wait, after tier 2 items, there's a mistake. There cannot be a comma in the last one. Why though? Oh, because I put a comma here, right? Let me see what that looks like. Oh, it works. Yeah, some of the weapons are just taller. That's the thing. See this? So I will probably have to make this a little bit taller. I feel like it should slow down faster. The gambling animation. Also, let me get rid of the tier 3 items here. I guess I'll keep it. That's much better. You guys like it much better? That's awesome. Thank you guys for the suggestion, man. Diablo standardized it? Yeah, I think it does. It's better. Okay, good to know. Now I just need to work on the size of this, right? Because it looks weird when the weapons go out of bounds like this. So all I think I need to do is just make this thing larger. Cakez, when that big box pops up after the spin wheel, maybe those big boxes could have a color gradient tint at the bottom too. They do. Like, they already do have a color. Oh, you mean in the box itself? There could be a gradient from here to here that is colored. Or maybe from top to bottom, because I already have a gradient here. You might not be able to tell. Let me see. That's interesting. Give me a sec. Glow behind, content, chest glow. Wait, that's the animation. This is the actual thing. Glow, menu and gradient. Here. Material, color. That would be... Oof. Rarity color, do I have that? No. Damn. Wait, hover color? Color animation? The glow has the rarity color. Oh god. Let's just do a vec for rarity color is... Rarity color is... this. Not over here, rarity color. There we go. And then we can say, I need to make it somewhat rarity color. I can't use this because then it's not transparent, I think. What is it? Let's see. Just outline that shit in the rarity color. It's not even visible. Yeah, I'm outlining it though. Or do you guys, what do you guys mean in terms of outline? Because this is already outlined. You see the difference here? I already tried to do that. Solid outline. So you mean this right here, but not the header? Is green. Why is the range a different color? Because I feel like it's like a secondary stat that is bound on the, that's based on the weapon. Maybe you can add a green tint to the frame. I already do. Let me see here. The frame is here. Uses the hover color. Wait, rarity color. Let's see what that looks like. Might look weird. Let's see. Yeah, it looks weird because it's multiplied. Yeah, it would be. It needs to be a different one, I think. This is blue. Yeah, it makes it look blue. It's not additive. It looks bad. Instead of that range 24, I'd accept to see something like common, rare, legendary, etc. You think? You mean instead of tier 1 it should say common? Blue looks cool. Yeah, cause this is additive. Blue looks cool. This is not supposed to look as cool as blue, cause blue is a higher tier item. I feel like it's... I think it's good enough, guys, for now. The border here, I think I can only actually do that with like a border that is gray. So I would take this thing, where's it? I would have to take this thing and turn it gray. I feel like the color intensity is good. I feel like 2. I feel like that as well. So, for example, I would have to turn this completely into a grayscale image and then multiply that with the color. Yeah, I guess tier 1 isn't obvious. I didn't even realize it's rarity. I'm used to other rarity systems. Like, did no one in chat play World of Warcraft? Am I the only person that played a game like World of Warcraft and knows these colors? Like, what color do you know? That's odd. Why no line numbers? I don't need the line numbers. I played WoW. I know these colors. See? For the Horde, yes. I haven't. I was too broke. Yeah, me too. I played not Ion. I played Ion too. What is the rarity colors there? White was normal items. Green was the next item after white. And then there was blue, I think. Yes, there was. And after blue and Ion, there came purple. So the only difference is that after blue comes purple, and we haven't seen purple yet. Gray, white, green, blue, purple, orange. True. Yes, exactly. The colors are fine. I'm talking about the text. I see. So the reason why it says tier 3, by the way, is when you click on this. I mean, there's no connection between. I mean, here. Okay, so there's this.
But this is for
right here. We
abilities.
killed one of them before.
Tier 1, tier 2,
He is
tier 3,
decently
tier 4.
easy. You just have to stay on his back. Green equals common, blue equals rare, purple equals legendary, pink equals exotic. Green is usually uncommon, also less than common. Common is usually white. And then rare would be for purple. You still need a tier 1 before tier 2, right? So the choice is always between the same rarity, or did you change that? Yes, the choice is always... Right now you can only get one of these and then one of these. These are all tier 2 and these are all tier 1. Yes. Wait, give me a sec. So this color is already good. I like that a lot. And the only way to actually get an outline, again, would be to have this and then take the... No! Thought I... Oops, not this. Sorry. Saturation down, and then can we, like, yeah, we keep the alpha 0. And we can make it a bit brighter, maybe? Not so dark. And then that will be okay. And then we take this here and we get rid of the inside part, which would be this. And then that would be like a... We could quickly look, check how that looks. Then we do a grayscale menu. The sliced menu golden. Wooden menu wood gray. Golden bright. Where was that? Good suggestions, guys, really. Thank you very much for the suggestions about the rarity colors. It made this so much better. And the better we make this gambling animation, the more dopamine gets released for the player, and the more likely they are gonna spend time in the game, which is awesome. Thank you guys very much. I really appreciate that. Okay, now we have the gray wooden thing, and then we can just draw this on top. So we draw the entire UI again. But in this time we do wood gray all the time. I guess. The same position and size, and maybe no material. Oh wait, actually the material is important here. We want to say that this is the color. But actually the color is the hover color, right? Okay. Let's see what that looks like. Oh, and also this needs to be on top, so we kind of have to do something like this. And then over here we do roots, and then we do -3 to check that. This is what it will look like, and then save this and export. Cakez, what if you have different rarity versions of the same weapon, like with slightly better stats, and you can combine the lower rarity items to get a higher one? This will avoid the endgame gold-only chests. No, that would... oh. What the hell? Why is that so dark? Looks kind of nice, but why is it so dark? Must have made a mistake here. Wait, how come it breaks? Hover color? Okay, wait. That's odd. Item rarity colors. Or let's call this rarity color. Huh? How did it break this? That's odd. How did I do that? Actually looks sick. Ooh. 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 Oh wow, what a difference. That's crazy. That's really nice. Damn. Much better. You guys are right. Damn. Neon. Yeah, that looks nice. Can't believe it. Awesome. No, now that is something that looks good. Yeah. Thank you guys. There's a black gap. Yeah, I know. I'll fix that right now. I saw that already. This is this thing right here. It's me trying to be special and a dummy, but yeah. It's essentially this needs to be there. Then these need to... Wait. I need to just have... Wait. I need to have the same thing. On the same sizes. Sorry, on the same parts. Like this, and then we put this thing here, and this part here, and this part here, this here, this here, this here, here, and here. Okay. Wait, I feel like I'm missing something. Hey, am I stupid? Am I dumb? Or something? Hey? Maybe I'm dumb. Colors are flipped. Actually, they are, yeah. I probably did this for... Okay, wait. I'm gonna add the hover color to this as well. Let's see what that looks. That should make it even more green. Give me a blue one, please. A green. Yeah, that looks good. Nice. Yeah, about the colors, we'll see what I do there, but most people won't even notice this. So why is this not showing up properly? What are you doing? I guess the only thing that doesn't show up properly is the roots at the top here. Which means... Wait, no, the name. So the content needs to be... Gradient. So this needs to be +3, essentially. And then it works. Colors are flipped. I was AFK. Is the glow a shader? No, the glow is a simple... The glow is this. I did that yesterday. It basically is just a white quad. So basically what I did was I selected an area like this. And then I built myself a, I don't know, somewhat of a rectangle like this. Try to be center. Maybe that, I guess. Right. And then I G here. With continuous. And then I take a white. And then I did F9 to convolution matrix it. To basically give it a blur. And you can decide how much blur you want, right? I just gave it a lot of blur. I think it was 9x9. Yeah, 9x9. And then I pressed OK. And then I pressed Ctrl U to change the alpha of this down a little bit. so that it's not as crazy. And then I did another Control M to change the curves because this fades in too quickly, which creates an annoying Rand in English. You can see an edge here if you pay attention. Like, most people won't even notice this. No one really notices this, but some do. And so what you can do here is you can put a point here and you can make the less bright pixels. Oh, this is only for alpha, of course. There we go. You can make the... See that? How I can change the alpha on the lower end. I can make the less bright pixels less bright and the brighter pixels brighter. So basically then I can create some sort of curve where it fades in a little bit easier and it doesn't create this annoying edge effect while still showing good enough glow. And then I, instead of just sampling it, just sampling it with nearest neighbor, I do linear filtering to get a glow effect like that. You can pair this with bloom as well to make it bloom as well, but don't really need that. And then I do additive blending to make it a little bit more poppy. That's pretty cool. I'm gonna yank it. Sure, bro, do it. He has 60,000 lines of code and is embarrassed. I'm not embarrassed about my code, bro. I just don't show the lines of code because they are so large that they take away too much space. Okay, that's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 characters that I could save and not have to display. That's why I don't show them. Okay, good. Now the last thing is to make this box bigger, right? Where's this? Where's that? Let me see. Only draw text when it's fully visible. Actually, that's not the... This is the if check here somewhere. Where's that? Oh, I see. It's called display choice via the gambling animation. Guizama, thank you very much for following, man. Imagine this would be Python given the indentation level. I don't think it's that bad, to be honest, you guys. Content selection, this selection window here. I'll try to add 10 to both sides. What does that look like? Thank you guys for the suggestion, man. Okay, so that's a bit bigger. What do you guys think about this? I think the weapons fit in. Oh, man. Damn, bro. Look at that. Nice sword. Big W. Thank you, guys. So 10 would be better. So that means we can do, where's the glow? 50. 50? We added 10. Maybe more. Did you... If you did the tier thing, I told you then you could combine the same items at Armorer. Ah, it's more. 60 or something. Wait, Cakes, if you did the tier thing, I told you then you could combine the same items at the Armorer. I might have to use a different sprite for that, guys. The square. This might just... Or let's try linear filtering here. What does that look like? I don't want to add that, Shade 11. Guys, what do you think about this? Does it look good? Linear filtering and then let's say 64? Same item with different rarity. I will add this later. This is not needed to make a good game. Can the glow size scale with rarity? Oh, so basically this is bigger glow than this? Is that what you mean? But we can try. I mean, sure. Yeah, it is possible, but does it look good? It's the question, right? The glow is here. No. Sorry, not here. Where is that? Display. Is it here? Yeah, it's here. Here's the square glow. Window size plus 60 and then plus item.rarity times 2 or something. It's very simple, but does it really do much? Well, we got the same item twice, so fuck you, game. Of course, now we're getting the same item. Of course. I mean, we can try it 10, 5. Think solid color would be more readable. Ah, we do have a solid color here though. Very subtle. It is. Makes no difference. Kinda doesn't make any difference, right? I would probably have to be like times 10. But then we would have to start much lower. At like 50 or something. That is the best so far, yeah. But subtle. Let me see. What do you guys think about this? You can clearly see the difference. When I look at the small preview of my stream, I could see that there's a difference. Let's just look at some more examples. I want to see green against... I want to see this against green. Give me a great weapon! Okay. I would juice it more. I don't know if I can juice it more, bro. Like, I think I'm already juicing it a lot. This is cool. I'm learning a lot. You do? That's awesome, Mr. Gabon. It's okay. I think this is good. I don't want to see purple, to be honest. Because, like, rare items... We can add rare items for a second. Let me see. Loot table. We have tier 4 items as well. Why are you complaining? Tier 3 items seems... Hey, stop! What is the issue? Do you guys spot any difference here? Yeah? I feel like it's the exact same thing. What's the issue? The third one? Here? I don't see a difference. What's the difference? Sorry. So what does it say? Did you mean Millennium? I see. Item Millennium Sheet. Yep, I was typing this without IntelliSense yesterday and was ripping my hair out. Because it just wouldn't give me IntelliSense and I got so angry. But yeah, that's why that happened. What does that look like? Oh, the color there doesn't look really... I think it looks bad. Alright, guys. So this is gonna be difficult to get. Purple one. It's 2 blues. Oh, wow. That looks amazing, actually. Actually, that looks good. I like it. Yeah. That looks okay. Can you add a glow to the slot instead of a solid color? That's a Diablo 3 rare item, look. Hell yeah. I'm new here. Is this game made with Unreal Engine? No, this game is made with C++ and DirectX 11. Can you also adjust the glow behind the weapon sprite a bit? Seems underwhelming now. I mean, I think the only way to do that, Christ, is to draw the weapon again. I think we can try. Let me see. Now let's see where that is. Display the choice. Gradient roots, item data, name, tier, changing range. Yeah, where's the icon? Position. Wait, what? Where's the item? Am I stupid? Huh? Item data icon. Here. Icon. Glow. Here. So basically, we could draw this again. Render options is blur. And then not do this for now. That would be the first step, right? It will look weird. Okay, we're not done yet. And I don't think it will work. But then we take this blur item and think we can do a material where the color first is 0, 0, 0, 0. So basically, I guess 1 or 0.5. I don't know, because we're gonna make it transparent, and then the additive color would be the rarity color. And then over here we say, well, this is not only blurred, but also transparent or additive. But you need to redraw the weapon to get that effect in the exact size of the weapon, in the exact... Oh god, it looks like dog. Right, this looks okay, kinda. But to be honest, I think the best thing would be to just generate an outline. You know what the easiest thing would be? I just put the outline here. Okay? I draw this with an outline. That's it. Okay, so basically, yeah, so that would be the easiest. But then you can't dynamically adjust the rarity, right, of your items. Yeah, I mean, if I turn this item from blue to green, then I think I can go into my editor, right? Let's say this was blue before. Let's say we have this, and then we do shift outline, and then that will be, let's say, this was green before, right? And now I have to change it to blue. I'm like, okay, well... Oops. I misclicked. No, oops. Of course. Continuous. Now it's blue. I don't know. I feel like that's easy. Just use 2 images. Yeah, or just go into the texture atlas and quickly do a color fill tool and click the green color to make it blue. I don't like hard coding the rarity into the sprite. Yeah, I don't mind, because der Aufwand ist scheißegal. Im Englischen halt, ne? Im Englischen halt! Of course. 1 for the border, 1 for the sword, yeah. Just use 2 images. Nah, that's fine, bro. Like, the sword already has 2 frames. 1 for in-game. Like, this is in-game. It's not gonna show. Maybe this can have a glow or something. But usually the way I do this is I color the... I haven't done this yet. But I color the swing. You see the swing here? Let him swing. I color the swing in the rarity color. So basically this swing is white. But with a stronger weapon, the swing could be green. And then we have a green swing. I can't draw too much attention to it in here. Scheiße, scheiße, yeah. Otherwise it would take away from the main focus, which is the enemy, and making sure they don't reach the exit. At most there's only 4 rarities. It's not like... It's not that hard to do if you don't redraw the sprite often. Yeah, exactly. I'm not going to change the rarities too much in the game anyways. And if I do, I think the 30 minutes of work is fine. Instead of having to code something that might potentially look like this, right? Yeah. Can you have invisible pixels? No, it's too much work. Too much work, bro. Doesn't really matter. It's too much work. Outline on a separate layer and set it to white, then change the color based on the rarity in the engine. Oh, that's also... Oh, that's a cool idea. But will that be white? And then multiplying it, right? Multiplying that outline color. That's an interesting idea, for sure. Okay, maybe just keep the subtle glow behind it then. Just make it bigger. It's difficult to say. Excuse me. Making it bigger. I mean, we could try additive. Instead. Excuse me. Sorry. I don't know. I think an outline would be better. Difficult to say. In the end, what matters is that we've gotten this down to already, like, it's really looking good already. And I want to try something here for the slot machine thing. What if we do additive blending? And maybe I use a different square. I want to try a different square here. Maybe we can... That's annoying. What if we do... Let's try to get at least the same size. I think that one on the bottom is a bit too small. Same here. Bruh. Oh, it bro continues, of course. And then we do F9. And we only do 3x3. Just a tiny bit. And then we do Control U. Change the alpha bit. To be about the same as this. Then export that. And then we do a square number 2. Where's that? Where was the square? Ah, there we go. Glow square. So we just do _2. Guys, what is this plus 48? Plus 64. So that is 0. 70, so 80? Is that math genius? I'm using Graylab, so if I was making this for debug purposes, I changed the albedo until I actually implement it. That's not the same color, bro. You're lying, Mr. Shade 11. What does that look like? Wait, is that the same color? There's no way this is exported. Okay, wait. Now, if I don't do linear filtering, just additive blending. Can you render... Your renderer seems good. I like how you changed the renderer modes. Have you got a video on it? The renderer modes. Why is this still... Am I in the wrong thing? Wait, what? What is this? Oh, display the choice. Whoopsie. That's not what I want. Do I have a video on my renderer? Not really. But if you want to know how it works, it basically works like this. I have a shader header that I implement into every single shader. Not implement, that I include in every single shader. And inside of this shader header, I have these rendering options. And it is as simple and dumb as you think it is. If I add a rendering option, like for example, I don't know, pre-multiply, then in the GPU HLSL shader, if you're wondering how I'm including it, luckily in HLSL you can just include shaders like this, header files or any file, you can just call include. That's really cool. That's a nice part of DirectX. In OpenGL you have to load the shader separately as a file and then add that to a list of files. But you can do it in OpenGL too. And then in, let's say, the fragment shader, when I want to draw a certain effect, like for example blur something, I'm checking the rendering options and then I do something to the color or to the image based on what I want to do. In this case I'm trying to blur a sprite. But that means I have a lot of if checks in my shader. And so that could... Yeah, it's simple, exactly. And for a 2D game, you will never... You're very likely not going to run into issues for a 2D game doing it this way. I just got you mentioned in Prime stream. Oh, thank you, Mr. Prime. Thank you very much, Mr. Prime. Appreciate it. 2 times now. 2? Damn. Have you heard about shader talk? I have, yes. I don't like it too much because my brain cannot make the conversion between the shader toy variables to HLSL variables, but yes. It's a good thing. He's not playing my game because it's private. Primogen, yeah, Mr. Primogen. No. Worst, no, he didn't say that. You guys are lying. He did not say that. And thank you guys for following. I'm assuming these guys come from Prime, so they're not actually here. So I'm not gonna shout you out. Because you're not here. There's no point. It will be into a void. No, I'm not. Oh, then Kurt Zopp. Hello there, sir. Who's Prime? Ah, okay. Okay, thank you for following. That's Curse too. Okay, so then Benzeji is from Prime, right? If this guy is here too, then I don't know what to say. Okay, guys, give me a sec. We were at display choice. We display choice. And if we are not doing that, then we are animating the gambling bar. And the glow for each of these is here in the glow thing. And I want to use a square too. And I would like to not use linear full. Oh, I pre-multiply this? Interesting. And then I do additive. Blending. A sprinkle, man. I appreciate it. The Vimogen, yeah, true. Oh, wow, that looks better. But it looks bad. Eh? What? I probably... Wait. Huh? Is the... Oh, I see. I have a 16 pixel padding, so that is 3696. So 96. Yeah. You know, when you do these right next to each other, sometimes what happens is... Actually, I can move this. So then we can go back here to 80. They are not perfectly against each other. If I had a pixel here, then sometimes when I place this in an uneven position, like 0.5, like a tiny portion of this pixel will be drawn inside of this sprite because of whatever, like floating point errors happening on the GPU. And that's why Unity, when you have something like this, what Unity does is they just extend this outwards. If you guys have ever seen this in Unity, where you look at a texture from inside Unity, and basically what it does is it takes this portion here. Actually, it's use something that makes sense. For example, this, and then it extends this part into oblivion, like this. That's what Unity does. To make sure that there's never like another sprite bleeding into this. That's clever. Yeah, that's a technique. I don't know what that's called, but that's what Unity does. You can see this with any Unity game that you look up in RenderDoc. Is the demo going to be just 1 level? The new demo is going to be 2 levels at minimum. But I don't know how many levels actually, because I'm not there yet. Okay, let me see here. What do we have? Oh, what do you guys think about this? Huh? Do you like this? That's the pixel art look of this. Good. What if we add... What if we make this a bit more? We just add a little bit more. We have the material here, right? What if we do dot additive color? But we don't take the entire thing, but we multiply that by 0.2. We just do a little bit of the color. That's used in 3D as well. Oh, wow! Holy! What do you guys think about this? I feel like it's a bit too much, though. Yeah, the reason why you see these rare items right now is because I'm filling it to the brim with this. Right? I feel like during spinning, most of the items shouldn't have a rarity background. So when you do see a rare item that has... let me see, 0.3. It's called edge padding. I like this, guys. I think this looks good. But is it the same result, though? I think this is the same result, actually, guys. Might be coping here, but it looks the same. What do you mean extended? Like says sprites are overlapping? Yeah. Hello? Oh yeah, sorry. I think it's the same. Yeah, it looks the same. Maybe 0.1. And then I'll stop, guys. I'll stop, okay? Are you hot reloading the game code? Yes, I do this. I have a video on that as well. I think it's a really good video. It's very helpful to make games in C++ with this. Yeah, we keep this. I like this color. It pops out. I like that a lot. So basically, this is what we have now. Boom. It only misses cool effects. So basically what you're saying is when this pops up, there's like stars. What is it called? A particle system of stars that go like... And then over here, that's just, I don't know, no particle system. And then for green, that's like, I don't know, flowers or something. Or chime noise. Yeah, the noise. Sound effects for the game, guys. I will do probably like a month. Or at least minimum 1 to 2 weeks, where we only do sounds. And we'll try to do as many sounds as possible. And we will focus on making the best sound effects. Basically, like a training ground. We will do sounds later, yeah. You should steal some sound effects from viewers. Excuse me, sir? What are you talking about, bro? Hello there, Niguyan on YouTube. Good morning. The chest UI looks really bad compared to the rest of the UI, though. Now, it's a funny story that you say that, right? I did find like a cool chest animation for free on the internet. We might be able to use that. Hey, but guys, it looks good. How are you? Good. Thanks for asking, Amrain. Welcome, bro. Long time no see. Hope you're doing good too. I like when it's animated, it actually looks really good. It looks thick. Yeah, I will have to also change the colors of this chest, but I might just use it. It was CC0, so I can't get into any trouble. And I'll probably just track down whoever made it and then credit them. When you get a super rare item, I would expect a nuke explosion. Okay. We'll see, okay? Like, I'm going to definitely have to make this more engaging. But for now, hey, I'm happy. That's good. So, Let's give him this though, because that's actually an item that he can use. Need to quickly go to the bathroom. I think we're actually gonna lose if we don't pay attention. Should be fine. We'll quickly go to the bathroom. Great to hear that. Let me see. Yeah. I see the progress. Thanks, man. Yeah, we're working hard on the game. 1 second, be right back. Yo. Cakez animating should make it better, but my problem is that the glow from the chest is overlapping with the spinning part. What? Oh, I see. You're right, the glow doesn't make any more sense right now. Because you can't really tell. True. Because it's now glowing a lot. You're right. Yeah. So what you're saying is it should be like this instead of like this. So just make it bigger. So what you're saying. I mean, could be. We could just make everything bigger. And then as this finishes, the glow gets more intense. I think that's a nice idea. Yeah, thank you very much. I'll keep that in mind. I'm not gonna do that now. But I will do that next. It's a good idea. Are there no TTS spammers? I think No, thank God there are not. And Sacred Timo, thank you very much for following. You see? Okay, I'll read up on the playtest some other time, guys. I want to look at this right now. It's been a long time coming, guys. It's been a long time. You guys recommended this to me long time ago when it first came out, but I didn't want to watch it because there was a new YouTuber. And this was actually tracked and it was gaining views over time, and now it's somewhat stabilized in the algorithm. So now it has been sitting there for a couple of months. We can take a look at it. Game development failure is another one of these. Why I failed at creating a video game. I don't think you can actually fail unless you stop. But hey, maybe he actually quit game development and this is his only video. Let's see. I can also see a reason why that might be the case. Maybe. We'll see.
All right, game designers. Class is in fucking session. And we got a lot. All right, game designers. Class is in fucking session.
Okay, I'll wait for the ad. I'll wait for the ad to finish. Sorry about that. I'll wait 1 minute and 30 seconds. I'm gonna wait for the ad, Andy's. Sorry about that. Yeah, I'll wait. It's fine. At least it's not Unity. True. I'm gonna get some coffee because it's like a minute. That's got to be warm enough. It's not perfect, but it's got to be warm enough. You are welcome. Thank you, sir. All right. So let's see why this guy... The last guy was in Unity, and he was trying to do network coding. Maybe this guy got defeated by the network raid boss as well. Let's see.
And we got a lot of ground to cover, so strap in.
Let's go. Yes,
first
sir.
Things first. I got to turn back the clock a little bit.
Go! Time warp!
How many... Like a year or maybe 2 years? That's my guess. The last guy stopped after 1 year. Maybe this guy's able to do it for 2 years.
Let me take you back to 2013. I was still in...
Bro, what? That's like 10 years ago. More than
high
that.
school, just a wee little baby shit that didn't know nothing about making anything. But I wanted to make games. And I just found out about a little piece of magic called Unity 3D. Now, keep in mind, back in 2013, Unity sucked.
Something changed? Because I feel like that didn't change until today. Or? Am I wrong on this? At least the leadership of Unity changed, and now you can make games without the logo. So that's nice.
But you can still make ass games with it, no problem. And that's what I did. Because I wanted to make games. So I found this really dumb free horse model on the asset store, and I was like, fuck it. I'm gonna make a game about horses, and everything in it is gonna be this dumb fucking horse. So I made the absolute most crackhead stupid game you could ever possibly witness. I consider it to be my first game.
Hey, bro, he still has his first game. That's amazing. I have lost most of my first projects in Unity because I constantly had to switch computers because they would break. Like, how many of you still have their first projects? Like the very first things you do. Like, some of these things are more than 10 years old. And usually they just get lost to time, right? And you don't have something like an external hard drive where you save this on. So it's safe, bro, for you? Really? Damn, that's amazing. GitHub, huh? Yeah, so you mean to tell me that a 12-year-old is gonna log into GitHub and magically know what Git is? Or a 13-year-old? You're out of your mind, bro. Also, now GitHub is more prevalent than it was back then. So no. Sure, all gone. Yeah, for me too, man. Good day. I have some projects from the early 90s. You gotta be older than Whitekeeper. My first project was an attempt at an RTS. Might have had some scope problem, yeah. Maybe, yeah, right. I tried to make Witcher 3 as my first game, bro. I know what you're talking about. Yeah, that went very well.
And my magnum opus. Now, back then I cannot stress enough, I did not know programming. I did not know code. I was not yet a computer scientist. All I could do was copy and paste random code snippets from tutorials, modify it slightly for what I wanted to do, and pray to God that it worked.
Hey, but that's the first step, bro. That's how you start. That's nice.
It's a disgusting...
You know what this is? 10 years ago, that was vibe coding. But without an AI prompt, you would have to put the AI prompt into Google, then find the correct web page and copy the code from there into your program. It was already prevalent 10 years ago. We already had that. Nothing changed, actually. It's the same thing today. Now you just pay money for this.
Amalgamation of C# and JavaScript, and it's a miracle the damn thing even compiled. But if you want to play this disorienting sensory onslaught, you can. There's a build of it from 2015 on my itch, and it's the last state the game ever got to.
How many games does this guy have? Wait, how many games did you make? It's quite a few hashtags, my brother. Where's your itch? Here we go. Covalent bonds. Oh wow, this guy has... Look at these games, bro. Tic-tac-toe in C++, amazing, cool. Why is it loading so slowly? Itch, hello. Damn, this guy made more games than me. Crazy. Yeah, I mean 10 years, right? I've been only like doing this for 4 or something.
When I decided I was done working on it forever. But I learned a lot from this. Now I held the key to the castle. My childhood dream of finding out how in the fuck video games get made had been accomplished. And now I can make anything. But before I can do that, I need to get good. Fast forward. Time warp! It's the year 2020. I've been grinding, making games for fun, going to school for computer science, learning how to make the computer bend to my will. The world is changing really fast. And there's a game jam. My friends who like to make games recruit me to help them out.
Bro, that's so fast.
And they introduced me to the new hotness on the street. This shit is some open source wizard fuckery. It's called Godot, and it's free.
I mean, Brotato was made in Godot, so it's not bad. Okay, let's see. Maybe I'm the only person that had a bad experience with Godot.
And it's good. But I had no idea how to use it, so the game we made sucked. But I was intrigued. This engine was so sleek and lightweight, and for the first time I felt like I had a game development tool that gave me all the tools I needed.
Wait, so 2014 the Godot engine looked exactly... I mean, engines don't really change much,
without
right?
having any bullshit in my way. I wanted to get better. I wanted to master Godot. And I remembered my past, my origins. I remembered Horse Game. How Horse Game was my way of learning Unity, so I thought this is the perfect opportunity.
You know what I think is amazing about Unity? That is... I don't see it too much in other games. Unity can make these crazy, cool looking, bad looking, but also cool looking horror games that have these weird animations and overlay effects, graphic effects, and it just looks really cool. And I always wonder when I see someone like Cakez play these games, is like, how did they even do this? These graphic effects and all of that stuff. It's really cool. You can make these so fast in Unity as well.
I had long since joked about making a sequel to the generation-defining...
Like, for example, for like what we just saw A second. Go back by one
This is the
couple.
perfect opportunity.
Look at the house here. I wonder if that's just a shader effect, or if he drew the house like that. Maybe he just
I've
drew
long
the
since
house like
joked
this.
about making a sequel to the generation-defining work that I had used to learn Unity. Now I could learn this new engine inside out, and to do it, I would make the sequel, Horse Game 2. Only this time things would be different. Now I had a bachelor's degree. Now I was a computer fucking scientist. I wasn't some little baby shit that had no brains and no clue. I was smart. My brain was fucking huge.
Yeah, sure. Like, I learned nothing in computer science. I don't know about you guys, but when I went to university, I left it basically the same when it comes to programming knowledge. I didn't learn much.
Now I could make a game.
Sounds
So I
like
did.
it's ironic. Yeah,
So
me too.
began the work.
I guess. Making this fucking video games. Dawn of circa December 2020. Oh, cool. That's about the year that I started getting into game development too. I started 2020 as well. Awesome. He started a bit, he started earlier.
Godot is amazing, but it's far from perfect. Even today, as I'm making this video in 2023, there's a lot still being worked out. But especially back in those days, Godot was looking rough.
God, sometimes Godot just fucking pisses me off, man.
There was a
Wait a minute. What did this guy just say? I need to hear that again. Wait a minute.
looking rough.
God, sometimes.
No. Sorry about that. Professional Godot hater. Yeah, can you stop?
Doubt. But
What?
especially back in those days, Godot was looking rough.
God, sometimes Godot just fucking pisses me off, man.
There was a lot of issues and gaps you had to
Aha, I see. You know what the funny part is? After I switched to C++, the only thing I would rage about is something like libraries that I had to use. I never once raged about C++. Maybe the code editor, like Visual Studio Code, but about the language, not a single time. It's crazy. I'm not making this up. I'm genuinely thinking, trying to find the time when I would genuinely, except for const. That's only though because people in chat told me to use const. I wasn't using const. I was having an amazing time. And then people tried to tell me to use const because that's better. And I was so stupid to believe them. That's when I got angry. Because it would literally tell me that this needs to be const and this can't be const. And then, oh, since this is const and you're changing it here, then this entire thing, the entire chain of function calls can no longer be const. Because right here, you're changing it. And then I had to change the entire function chain. So that's the only thing that I hate about C++ const. Listen, it could be a noob-like thing, but still. Yeah.
overcome if you were going to put together something good. And I had a lot of plans for Horse Game 2. A lot of standout features that would make the game an impressive and flashy experience. I also had a lot of really stupid ideas about how to structure the game's underlying systems that, at the time, I thought were really clever. They weren't. A lot of the foundational systems were designed in ways that ended up causing a lot of headaches and problems for me down the line.
I'm just wondering, this looks like a physics problem, by the way, physics. He is, like, I would assume more than 20 years at this point, because he has a computer science degree, so he's probably above 20 at this point. This game, when I look at it, I'm not trying to be mean, but it doesn't look like it has a big audience, because it doesn't look cute enough for girls, but it also doesn't look appealing enough for like men to play. Like, I wonder if it's just a fun game or something. Like, I'm just honestly stating, like, from the outside looking in, what do you do in the game? What is the point of the game? It's called art. Yeah, but don't you want to make games to become a game developer? And in order to do that, you need to find an audience for your game. Horses? It's overrated. Yeah, okay. It's for brownies. Oh yeah, so we see a physics problem here in action, by the way, which we encountered in Godot 2 in the 2D game. That was amazing, yeah.
Starting with something I'd like to call dynamically rendered procedural world instantiation.
What?
Also, this is the start of Chapter 2, Blunders. I'm using procedural in this sense to describe world rendering, not world generation, which at one point I did actually implement an infinite
Oh, that
procedural
looks kind of nice, though.
world generation. I ended up throwing this away because for the type of game I was trying to make and the way I was using it, it really did not fit.
What is the game,
Anyway,
though?
the idea was based off of LOD, which stands for level of detail.
Yeah.
It's a standard practice in which games throttle the amount of detail given to rendered objects based on proximity in order to save on performance.
Yeah, and by the way, Unreal Engine has Nanite, and it seems to be a problem with Nanite that if it gets really close to the camera, that it makes simple objects appear more fine-grained than it actually needs to. So for example, you could have a cube, and there's only so much that you can do with a cube. And then when you have Nanite activated, it would turn the cube into multiple, like basically it would go from, where's this? I could be wrong here, right? It's been a while since I looked this up. Maybe they changed this now. But essentially, if you have a cube like this, and the best way to do a cube is basically that, right? You have like 2 triangles on each side. Oops. Yeah, let's do it like this. And then I suppose what I understood from the paper was that it would turn the cube into multiple triangles, trying to... What is this called? Tessellate it? More and more the closer it got. So I don't even know if you tessellate it like this, but that's essentially what would happen. And so the closer you get into this, the less efficient it becomes when you have a bunch of cubes like that. Though again, listen, I could be totally wrong here, but that's what I read a while ago. So as far as I know, it only decreases detail when needed, not increases it. That could be too. I could be wrong here. Just can't pull details out of thin air. Maybe. Listen, I'm open to being wrong. I could have misunderstood this too.
Costs. Close up, stuff is rendered in full detail, while stuff further away is reduced or even not rendered. But rather than trying to implement this, I thought, why even have stuff far away in memory?
Wait, why do you implement that? Shouldn't Godot handle that for you if it's an engine? Like, am I stupid? I'm using an engine, I'm making a 3D game, I add LOD. I mean, he has procedural level generation, so I guess Nanite doesn't exist yet in Godot, or it doesn't exist at all in Godot, so you can't really use Nanite on your terrain. That being said, though, is terrain really that much of a problem? Don't you just do a view frustrum and it should be fine?
At all. I want to only load in the immediate area and have transitions between areas. You mean like levels? No. Not like levels. What I'm talking about is much, much dumber. I would have scenes that would be an area containing everything necessary for that part of the game. Models, collisions, events, interactables, effects, etc. And when I want to go to the next, I could have some event trigger to load in the next area. And when the player crossed over, I could have another event deload the previous area.
That looks
At first, this was pretty cool. I could do these wacky transitions, sometimes seamless, and other times flashy when changing levels.
Okay. Oh, wow.
But there were problems.
What?
Firstly, unloading a level from memory will cause the stack frame to halt while the memory is freed. For individual nodes, this is practically unnoticeable.
So that's like a limitation of the engine, and that's when people come into chat and they tell you, hey, why don't you change the engine, bro? The C++ code of Godot is open source, you know. You can just go to the GitHub, sign up, and become a contributor. Yeah, let me change the engine. It's not a limitation, it's just how computers work. No. A level is a piece of memory. When you have another level, you load in a piece of memory. And you can make it so that you're loading in one level while the other level still exists. You don't need to unload the level. His issues are way different. I don't know. It looks like to me it uses the same memory for different levels. So it basically unloads the level first, so it lags frees the memory, which is totally not needed at all. You can just reuse the same memory and allocate less. I don't know, like, am I stupid or something? Like, if I unload a level and I only have one block, that's my block. And maybe a level 1, takes up this much space. And then I have a level 2, which is bigger. It takes up this much space. If I unload level 1, I just set this counter C to 0. And then I load in level 2. How do you unload previous level while having a current level? Okay, so if I have the current level, then I just have 2 blocks. Then I alternate between the 2. Or I keep both in memory. That shouldn't be too much data. How much data is in memory? And then the textures associated with that could be decoupled from this. They could be, instead of having the textures in here, you could have an ID for the textures. So I don't know. I would have probably, like in C++, this sounds so easy. And if you could, listen, let's say you have like 2 blocks, right? Let's say this is the CPU. We're talking about the, like there's in graphics programming, there's always the CPU and the GPU, right? So let's say we're talking about the CPU. You have 2 blocks, let's say level 1 and level 2. And sometimes the blocks are filled, sometimes they are not, right? They could be filled. You might be wasting, so this would be wasted space here, okay? But you still have this. You're wasting a little bit of CPU memory. Fine. Now you can transition between 2 levels. Now, this would be the CPU, right? Let's take this, move this over here, and then obviously there's always the GPU part as well. Now, when we're talking about a game like he had, the textures won't be too big. But let's say you have a block on the GPU with a limited amount of memory. And this is the GPU here. And you have textures in the level 1 that are currently loaded, and maybe it takes up this much space on the GPU. These are the textures for level 1. And obviously the textures for level 2 won't fit in here. Then you would have to have a way to load in the textures from level 2 into this. Slowly unload these when you're transitioning. I think what I would do is, and this is what Vulkan offers you, that's like a queue that can lazy load the textures in a separate thread. Basically, there's another thread that runs next to the game that slowly pulls out textures from here and puts them in here one by one. And so as you're transitioning to level 2, it would slowly load in all of the textures. And then when you go back to level 1, you turn around, you get back to level 1, it resets this thing. Basically, it stops loading from here, but it then starts loading from here again. I don't know. And then all of the textures that are still in there, they stay, while the other ones, they get replaced. I don't know. Maybe that's too stupid. That's the first thing that comes to mind, but that would be a seamless transition without having any lags at all. But you would see visual popping of textures. So you definitely have a visual artifacts going on there. Though in a game that looks like this, I can guarantee you on modern hardware, the textures all fit into this. Not only do textures 1 and 2 fit into this, you have way more space. So that would be textures level 1, and that would be textures level 2. They would definitely fit into the GPU, for sure. Unless you have a very, very old GPU. And even then. But yeah, anyways, on bigger games, that won't be the case. So that's why you have Skyrim, right? Skyrim makes you transition using doors. And then they can slowly unload the textures, and while overwriting them with new ones. Came here to see some nice coding. What's happening? Oh, we did the coding for today already. We're looking at a game development failure. It's very interesting to see this. Maybe we can learn something from this.
Noticeable. When you do this for massive packed scenes with hundreds or thousands of nodes,
that's laggy.
yeah, it starts to become noticeable. Even with the shitty low-res low poly graphics I was using.
Damn.
Back in, the Stone Ages, there was a game called Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion. And in that game, it would simply flash a quick loading message on the screen when it needed to halt to load in a whole bunch of stuff.
Yeah, but it wouldn't stutter, would it?
An area that wasn't yet rendered.
Okay.
It would only be for a second at most. So if that were the end of it, I could have kept going on like this. But the problem is that this version of Godot implemented the GLES3 renderer, which needs to halt the stack frame in order to compile the shaders before continuing. Newer versions of Godot have fixed this, especially Godot 4.
Can't you pre-compile the shaders? I don't understand. Why would you need... Wait, do you need to compile the shaders all the time? In GL? Can't you pre-compile them? Am I dumb? I have written a GL renderer. Load shader. Or was it create shader? Here. What do? We read the file and then we compile the shader. So you have to compile them. Another reason why OpenGL is just terrible. That's crazy. Because in DirectX I can pre-compile. Wait, so what if you can't compile the shader on a system? Are you just... You can't run on the system? Because I've had that error. I'm not watching videos that are negative about Godot to confirm my sentiment. Absolutely not. Pre-compile it into textures? Wait, what? Shader sources? Compile shader? Into an ID? No, I don't think I can get the source code. Interesting.
Which implements the Vulkan renderer.
Ooh.
Normally, this problem doesn't exist, but because my scenes had a lot of shaders that were moving in and out of memory all the time, they would all need to be recompiled, which would bring frame rates down so low they made PowerPoint slideshows look like Daytona. The workaround would have been to have a scene loaded at the beginning of the game that stays loaded and has a mesh with all the shaders the game uses applied to it. That way the shaders are already compiled and would stay in memory even if other scenes or other nodes that were using them were...
Yeah, I mean, a compiled shader, that's not that much memory on the GPU. You can keep them in memory.
Moving in and out of memory, because they'd be referencing the same shader that stays in memory. And had I known that at the beginning, I could have organized my files and used some materials in a way that would make that a non-issue. But having worked on the game for a year at this point, who knows how many unique duplicates of materials and shaders are out in random scene files.
This is the one thing I hate about Godot. And I'm sorry that I come across as a negative, but in Godot by default, everything is a reference. And then you have to do make unique. And it's so hidden in menus that if you don't know about it, you will be either you have a bunch of references to the same object, which is terrible, or you have a bunch of unique objects when you don't want them to be unique. So you're wasting a bunch of space and memory and have memory fragmentation because you're creating a unique object when you don't want to create a unique object. And when you're a noob and you don't even know what that means, you're just gonna make it unique because the tutorial told you to make it unique. That's what it is. And so that's where a background, it's not a skill issue, it is being uninformed, not knowing.
And applied to random nodes. So even if I could get this process working, I don't know if it would even work. Reorganizing and testing this part alone would be a Sisyphean task. Ultimately, what frustrated me the most is that as I tried to preserve this dynamic area instantiation system, I had to tack on loading procedures to go between and ready the next areas as they grew in complexity. So what was the point? I was building loading screens to help make the thing that was supposed to prevent the need for loading screens. And it didn't even work. What would have been smarter would instead to have been just designing a level as a scene.
C++. A level is a scene?
Each level with a copy of the player that loads in whatever data I need to in order for it to look like it's continuing from the previous scene or the previous game session. What beautiful lessons we learn and how great our next children become. But more on that later.
I like that a lot. See, this is all of the pitfalls you probably go into when you start learning game development and you're using an engine. This guy feels like me, but instead of having chosen C++ as their main thing, he chose Unity or Godot. So I probably would have had the same issues. And I would have been furious. Because when I use something like an engine and I can't change it, I get so mad. That's why I can't use GIMP. I hate it.
Blunder
It's the one thing I can't.
Resource-based inventory.
Mm-hmm.
The first horse game had flags.
How can you have a problem with an inventory? It's an array of IDs. That's all it is. And maybe a counter with each ID so that you know how many items you have of, for example, an arrow. Skills?
Indicate whether or not the player had acquired an item.
Uh-huh.
Whatever that system was, I cannot remember how it worked at all, but I can assure you it made no sense. This time, I would attempt to make a proper inventory system.
Mm-hmm.
Spoiler, it would be neither proper nor would it function well. In previous projects, I like to work with a
Sounds like my first project, man.
very simple
Nice.
array of items for the basis of an inventory.
Yeah.
Picking up an item, simply added that item to the array.
Yeah, easy.
An instance of an item would be the same regardless of if it was on the ground, in the inventory, equipped to the player, or displayed in the inventory.
See, this is already the problem with engines. Why does there need to be an instance of the item? All you need is data. And you need to have two arrays. You have a level with an array of items, and you have an inventory with an array of item IDs. If it's in the inventory, then you don't draw it in the world. If it's in the array for the world, you also draw it in the world. It's so simple. Why are we even talking about instances? That's so dumb. Because now you have to worry about an instance in your inventory? No, it is a separate thing. In your inventory, you don't have an instance, you have an ID and a counter. Bruh. Oop, yeah, it is.
The item
Oop,
prefab
it
and
is.
script would have everything it needed to be used and rendered in whatever context it would appear.
No, now we're talking
This
about
only
rendering something. Oh my god, okay. Let's move on.
It's a problem once I
Don't get
sought
mad.
persistence.
Mm-hmm.
Godot does not have a very robust save and load pipeline built into itself.
Hey,
Not
we...
like
The reason why this is so funny is because just today, at the start of the stream, we had someone come in and talk about how a saving and loading routine in Godot didn't work anymore because the loading routine was trying to assign floats to ints and it would crash. It seems like that's still an issue today. That's funny. Funny how these things repeat itself, huh? Literally a Godot hate. It's not a hate watch stream. Okay, we're just making assumptions here, okay?
Maker Studio, which can simply store and resume the state of the game at runtime. You have to design your own save system, how data gets written to a file,
Ooh, okay,
what that
that's
file is
difficult, I
structured
guess.
like, and how your game parses that information in order to convincingly restore the game to the state it was left in. My lesson to all fledgling game developers,
Yeah?
do this first. If you are working on a project, as soon as you have even the tiniest shred of gameplay, if you know your project might someday need persistence,
Oh, God.
might someday need to have save files, build that system as early as you possibly can before anything else.
Hey, we have the developer of Crystal Guardians in chat. He's using Unity. How do you do this in Unity, guys? When you're saving and loading the game? Is it difficult in Unity? Like, how do you persistently save data? Do they aid you in that? Or do you have to build your own system as well? I would assume Unity gives you something that is predefined. In Unreal Engine, saving is easy, yeah. What about older versions? I have my own system. It's easy stuff. Yeah, me too, but just use easy save. Is that a plugin for Godot or something? Unity asset? I see, it's an asset. Unity has a lot of plugins like easy save. I see, to JSON. Aha, so basically you have a save structure or some data that you want to save and you update that during the gameplay loop. Then you call it to JSON and save it to the disk and then you're loading that JSON and you're when you load the JSON, it fills in the data on startup, for example. That sounds easy enough. That's basically the same thing that the guy did in Godot, but it was having trouble loading in the JSON. Unity's default system is player refs, but it's trash. No one uses it. I see. Okay. So but they have assets that are really nice. Saving as JSON is not very efficient. Yeah, what if you only have like, I don't know, 10 kilobytes of data? Then saving it as a JSON Like how long does it really take? Like a second? I don't think that's a big deal. And even then you could make saving and loading in the game on a separate thread. So then it's disconnected from the game and you can just keep playing. Loading probably not, but saving. Can save to binary. Binary, saving to binary is the problem when you change data in your binary file. Now all of the data is misaligned. And you have to make sure that you read the binary correctly in the proper file format. If you don't, then you can have issues. And so there's a lot of issues that can happen with binary files. And you can't really read the binary file once it's stored to the disk. It's just a blob of data. Which makes it difficult because now you can't make assumptions about the save file. Unless you properly version the save file and you know that this is version 1.2 of the save game and this is what the data was laid out at that version. So yeah, binaries are nice, they're fast, but they also have that downside. They're not human readable.
That framework to work off of.
I have to worry about that a lot with my stuff because I only save binaries and it's really difficult to keep track of and make sure that this is correct.
As you design systems going forward, will be so much better and easier than vice versa, as I learned the hard way. Which, by the way, this blunder is also a bit of a twofer because it also includes that additional blunder, which was blunder 3, not building the saving and loading infrastructure early. When the game had a static state that existed from the start of the game until however long you played, the player and NPCs used a lot of the same underlying code to manage their inventories and choreograph how items kept track of references they needed. I had systems like Interaction Controller and Equipment Manager for handling the ins and outs. Equipment managers had an inventory, an array of items.
So this is already something that really annoys me. Let's say I have an item and another item is a reference to that. Now we need to keep the reference in our inventory so that the item that references our item in the inventory knows that it exists. I find that so stupid. Because it would be so much easier if an item exists in the world and it needs another item to function rather than have a reference. It just looks in the level. Does it exist? No, it doesn't. It looks, a skill issue, yeah. It looks in the inventory, or it actually exists in the inventory. Is the player near me? Oh, the player's near me. Let me glow. That's so much easier than having a bunch of references that you need to keep track of.
And can control
no way that you only need an ID, essentially. Just an integer value.
What was currently equipped, how equipped items handled input and interactions, the whole 9 yards.
It's not about ECS, it's about storing data that is, I don't know what, I call this a spider web of unimportant stuff. It's like the Diablo 4 situation, and that was even present in Diablo 3. You open up your stash tab in town, and then it's not only loading up your stash tab, but also the stash tab of the person next to you, and the person that is behind you, and the person in town that is right next to the blacksmith, and every other person in town, because they need to make sure that you're not cheating. So not only is it loading your stash tab, it's loading all the stash tabs. And that looks like, to me, that's a huge reference problem. And the funny thing is, they haven't been able to fix this since 2019. It was already present in Diablo 3, which is why you couldn't have many characters in Diablo 3. There was a limit to how many characters you can have. Cakez, I think I explained it, chat. You only store an ID, and for all the static data, you store dynamic data. If you have any, for example, upgrades, item level, etc., an ID. You only store an ID. Yeah, but... so for example, for an inventory, let's say you have item IDs in your inventory. Let's say you have arrows. Wouldn't you want to store an ID together with the counter? So, because you can have duplicates of the same item. I know that in Skyrim, it bundles arrows together. But it doesn't bundle the same armor piece together. You have the same armor piece, I think. Or does it? Wait, it does, right? It bundles daggers together? Wait, does it? I think it does. Yeah, it might do. How is loading everyone's stash tab on the client side fix cheating? I have no idea, Zergfried, man. These guys don't know how to make games anymore, man. Listen, Diablo, the Blizzard died in terms of Diablo when they fired Blizzard North, or when Blizzard North went away. Now, I'm not saying that Blizzard North was the epiphany of coding, but at least they were the epiphany of game development. So that died.
But the problem with a resource-based or instance-based inventory is that if you want to have a merchant NPC, for example, that sells, I don't know, wooden...
Oh yeah, we also have a good video coming up where we look at the code of Diablo. I think it was Diablo 1. Terrible code base, but amazing game. That would be interesting to look at.
Planks. Then they need to have 100 or 1,000 wooden planks in their inventory. That means instantiating 1,000 instances of that item and adding it to their inventory and keeping those items in memory.
Oh my god.
To be able to do this.
When I hear this, I'm so glad that I don't use engines, man. What people have to deal with when using engines, I can't. I just can't.
It didn't cause much of a performance hit or take up too much memory, as well as ways of holding this off until the particular NPC.
It's a skill issue, the video dude. It's not the engine. So I see. So he made this mistake and should have done it differently. But I think you run into this issue in engines. It's very easy to run into this issue in engines because you don't know. Because you don't really know what a reference is. When I started Unity, excuse me, I'm sorry. I did not understand what a game object was compared to a prefab. I just did not know. And I also did not understand why a pool for example, projectiles would be better than just a bunch of projectiles in the scene. Why would I need a projectile pool? Can't I just make a new projectile and then delete it?
Have their inventory initialized?
It's a good thing they're doing these mistakes faster. Yeah, that's a good thing.
Where you could go up to any NPC or container and loot them for any and all items they might have. It just added a feeling of so much depth to those worlds, knowing that every NPC you saw walking around had a full inventory of stuff, including the clothes you saw them wearing, and who knows what else they held on to that you didn't see. This problem became obvious once I was trying to say...
When I asked my kid to program C++, she does not know what a reference is. Yeah, that's why you don't tell her to program C++, but to program in C. Because I didn't know what a reference was in C++ until 1 to 2 years into C++. Yes, exactly. Exactly.
The game with
like for real. I did not understand references because the concept of references was so foreign to me that it didn't make any sense. But once I started using pointers exclusively, that's when I finally understood memory. What about learning some theory law? I did. I watched a lot of theory videos about C++. Listen, I understood the theory, but I didn't understand it. It doesn't make much sense, but I just didn't make any sense to me. She's going to be 100% vibe coder. My girl, yeah, maybe she's going to be a vibe coder.
Every NPC in the world with their inventories full, potentially.
I think the problem with references is that they try to hide the fact that they are like a pointer into an array of memory. And the reference can never be null. I think that's the problem where it's confusing.
Hundreds or thousands of items. Each item contains so much data being written in order to preserve its exact state. It was an issue of volume. As the number of NPCs and the number of items in the world grew, it quickly reached a point where each save would take noticeably longer.
I can't even read this because it's so blurry, man. Holy.
What? The seconds piling up as the mountain of items to iterate through became longer and longer.
Yeah, because you have the entire item in there. You don't just have an ID, and you're loading all of the stash tabs of all of the players, man. This guy's this is the beginner mistakes this guy made in his, I think, second year of using Godot, right? That's the same mistake that Blizzard is doing. A AAA company. Like, think about this. This guy is making the same mistakes that Blizzard is doing, but he's a solo indie game developer compared to a AAA company like Blizzard. That's crazy. How can... It doesn't make any sense. Blizzard was using
nearly
AI. I don't
instantaneous.
think they used anything,
Loading
man.
was the slog. Parsing through the data to instantiate the correct world, then iterating through all the nodes of the world to correct their state, deleting nodes which had been
This video
removed,
shows how much you learned. Yeah,
NPCs,
it's great. It's a good
instantiating
video.
with thousands of items just
It's
to place
awesome.
them into their inventory slots.
good
If I
stuff,
saved
yeah.
about halfway through the tutorial, with only 5 NPCs initialized, I could spend 15 seconds waiting for the game to save and up to 5 minutes waiting for the game to load, and not even being able to load correctly. So what did we learn? Well, representation is key. Okay,
I like this video a lot.
At some point in 2022, I picked up a job working as a game designer for a big company.
Okay, so wait, this is what he learned from 2020, December, to 2022. So it's a bit over a year. And then he picked up a job in that time.
And I'm really happy about this. I get to work in a game engine every day using my skills and knowledge on creative endeavors and problem solving, working on really crazy and complicated technology. It pays the bills while also affording me a lot of much needed time to recover from burnout, organize my life, and work on my own projects.
Nice.
But what does this tangent have to do with anything? I'm getting to that. You see, in the work I do, we often don't have the resources or the time necessary to implement fully functional game mechanics in the scenes we build. And most of the time it's really unnecessary given our use case. For all intents and purposes, a lot of the time we're using the games we make to merely give the world's fanciest, most elaborate PowerPoint presentation. Thus, what I've learned here is that when it comes to making games, a lot of the time less is more. If you can fake it, you sometimes get more game than if you tried to do it for real.
Let that sink in for a while. Fake it. True. So what would that actually mean? Like an example would be nice. If you can fake it. What does he mean by that? Obviously you just can't fake a game. The game needs to exist. But maybe he means visuals? I don't exactly... For me, I don't understand what he means. Bro is describing a prototype. A game is basically faking already. I think he means hacky solutions instead of proper implementations. So basically what almost every game is. A bunch of hacky solutions. Maybe he means that. You don't need to have the perfect system. You can just have a bunch of hacky solutions. They work together and then you have a game. Maybe he means that. Because that's what I'm getting to too. It's about creating the illusion. If I have a game with complex enemies, it doesn't really actually mean that I have complex enemies, technically speaking. They just need to look complex to the player. I see. Okay.
This has led to a pretty drastic shift in my thinking as a game designer, and although some of the conclusions I've reached may have been obvious to a lot of people, I think I'm figuring out ways of building larger, more complex, interconnected systems that hide the fact that not very much is actually going on, while still managing to convince the player that they are, in fact, playing a game. Getting back on track with what I learned about Horse Game 2, how I should have implemented things is as follows. Defining items as data, purely representationally. I already had files that were necessary for looking up an item by name and finding the path to its associated scene file for instantiation. I should have taken this.
Oh my god. Oh my god. I mean, I guess you do that in C++ too. You have a JSON file of items and then you want to instantiate an item, you load the JSON file during development. But when you're pushing your game out to the public, then you turn that JSON file into a binary file called asset pack. And then in the asset pack, you have a bunch of items that you can reference. You find the correct byte offset into the asset pack file, you load the data, and there you have the item. You keep the file handle open at all times, so you don't have to close and open it all the time. I guess that's correct. And then when you load an item by ID, you look into the asset pack file if you don't have it already in memory. I see. Okay. It's still like, I liked having it in code, but I guess it's the same idea.
It's a step further. This should have been where items were defined, their values, what you can and can't do with them in their inventory, what scripts to run when they're used, a reference to the item when it's in the world, on the ground, a reference to the item to hold when it's equipped. All of that could have been broken apart and the game could just have intermediary representations of items. An inventory could just hold an item by name and how many of it we had.
Oh, yes, we got it back to this. Pre-watched, of course. Maybe name, maybe ID. Exactly, bro. Smart. He learned. Sure. That's awesome.
We could need in any other context could be
This guy's a
by linking it
giga
up in a single data file. Saving and loading could work much in the same way. Rather than preserve every node state in exactly the way it needed to be, just figure out what data is really necessary for creating a...
Do you understand what he's talking about now? His shift in thinking? He was trying to save everything. Now he thinks in terms of data. It's awesome to see him going through this. He went from a state of object-oriented thinking to a state of data-driven thinking. He thinks about what data do I need? So for example, you have a hero in your game. What do you need to keep track of for the hero to save it? You don't need to save the hero's texture or well, maybe the name if you can give him a name. You don't need to store the entire mesh. You just basically, if you have a level, experience points and talent points, you need maybe a bit mask of different talents added to the hero. And then some bits are turned on, and these things that are turned on, that's the talents he learned. And then maybe a couple of levels for health, stamina, level, experience points. And then you decouple that data from the actual representation. Yeah, don't use a newbie, don't use a bitmask. A bitmask is fine. You don't... What are you talking about? That's a bitmask is fine.
Convincing enough illusion that the game is continuing from where you left off. Who's in the scene, who isn't,
it's not a
what's
newbie,
been
take you wrong.
deleted, what's added, and where. As data becomes less comprehensive and more representational, our overhead becomes a lot simpler and more efficient. You can see how this extends to what I said earlier about making transitions between areas work in the same way. So, yeah. There's a lot more I could cover about what went wrong in the game. I could spend days poring over every GD script file, every mismanaged node, every line, every function, dissect all the mistakes, and maybe even revel in a few moments of lucidity. But for now, I think what matters most is asking, what do we make of this? Well, I hate to use the term post-mortem. I still love this project. I worked really, really hard on it for a long time, and I hate the idea of giving up without finishing. I really thought this was going to be the big game that gets done, wrapped up nice with a bow tie, and sent out into the world. Something I could finally call finished. But the gravity of the situation is that I don't think I can bear to continue on this project any longer.
I think that's fine if you don't stop making games, because you learn from this game. You probably need to make a smaller game to be able to finish it. Marshall Banana, thank you very much for
in the state that it exists now.
Okay.
I'm planning to take all the things I've learned and do the unthinkable.
Yes.
I'm gonna rebuild Horse Game 2 from the ground up in Godot 4. Does this mean starting over from scratch? Well, no. See, we still have all the assets, 3D models, animations, textures, sprites, sounds, music, etc. All that still is there. That saves us a huge amount of time. Additionally, we know how stuff should be laid out. We know what we're gonna try and make.
I wanna see this. Cast charm to interact with horse. Wild horses will display their primary mood only. Tamed horses will display ones, which can be panded to in order to gain pep. When a horse is born, it randomly assigns a weight to each of these 6 moods. This is the horse personality. Interesting. Horses will interact with each other and retain a relationship. If their moods match, their friendship will increase. After a certain point, horses can have good enough friends will go on dates. What is this game? Is this a horse dating simulator, bro? What is this game? What is this? Is that this one here? Well, now you looked into it, guys. Boom. Gotcha.
So we have the old version to go off of as a blueprint. We just do it better this time, applying all the lessons learned. So the second attempt is going to not only be better, but it will be faster, more reliable, and easier to work with. Fewer bugs, fewer problems, and everything beautiful preserved. I'm gonna try
until you get to the same point in your game's lifetime when you have to make progress again. I think this is how it works, guys. And I've seen this this pattern happen to me too. Basically, you make a game. And it's not like a straight line, but you can think about this as like a progress from 0 to finish. And if this is the finish line here, then when you make a game and you get to this point for the first time, let's say you get here, you quit, because maybe it became unbearable. Then this portion of the project is easier for you. So you make really quick progress until you get here on your second attempt, if this is the first, and then this is the second attempt. You get really quickly, but then you slow down here again, because that's new territory. And maybe you get to here. And this part, every time you encounter new territory, that's the difficult part. So maybe this time you quit a little bit later, because that's what happens when people quit, right? They quit at a certain point where they can't go further because they have created a mess here in the first part. And then, again, this part becomes easier. You know how to avoid some mistakes that you've done here, and maybe you can push a little further. That's why people tell you to make smaller games, because then this line isn't as long. You should quit Tangy now? No. What I have done is I have never quit. I have hit these barriers, but what I did was, instead of completely starting over, I went back till here. And then I redesigned, let's say, this part and pushed through this part again to make more progress. And then maybe I got till here and then I had to go back to this. So basically for me, the development cycle looks like this. Oftentimes. I keep having to go back, but every time I go back, I push a little further. And I'm nowhere near this part, by the way. So for me, right, the line, this extends to like oblivion, like somewhere here. Okay, so the line is definitely not here. Okay, maybe I'm here, but the end line is, I don't know. It's gotta be somewhere. You know, somewhere in the far distance.
Try to continue working on it regularly again, and while doing so, document the process, creating devlogs and using the process to compare what we fixed to what went wrong the first time. I don't know how long this will take. I don't know what the schedule will look like, or honestly, I don't really know much about anything at all. I'm just a guy that likes making video games.
Yeah, same bro. Same bro.
So, if you're interested in the project and want to follow along, please hit subscribe and consider supporting me on Patreon. Additionally, there's a free demo of the old version of Horse Game 2 on my Twitch that you can check out. If you like this video, hit the like button, leave a comment, let me know what you think, or if you have any feedback, questions, or suggestions. I hope you stick around through this project's lifetime, and be sure to check out my other series on other games I'm working on my channel. Yeah, that pretty much wraps it up. That's all I got. Peace.
Boys, thank you very much for the video, bro. I really like that. That's probably me if I don't use C++. Cancel. That's me. If I don't use C++, then I would have gone through the same issues, 100%. This is the video, guys. Really, really good video. Very inspiring. This basically, when you just dive into game development and you try out stuff, this is what happens. You learn a lot from this, and it's cool to see that he's learned so much over, I think it was 2 years. So yeah, if you guys would like to support this guy, right, watch the video at 1% volume, right, if you're coming from YouTube, and watch it till the end. You can do it in another tab. You don't have to have this tab, look at this tab all the time. You can basically do something else in another tab, but you will be able to support him best when you watch the full video on, let's say, 1% volume till the very end, because then YouTube sees that this video is doing very well and it will push out the video to more people. That's how you can support him best. But really, let's see, how many videos has he made? 55 videos. And he's been making his horse game. Keep making his horse game. Let's see his... Where's the itch? I wonder if he should do a... Where's the horse game? It's really difficult to tell the horse game apart from his other games. Like, what is his horse game here, guys? That's horse game 1. Where's horse game 2? Am I blind? There's not even a horse on it. Wait, didn't he make horse game 2? Am I blind? Maybe horse game is horse game 2? Is that horse game? No, that's his first horse game. Yeah, the video was about him making host game too, but he said that it's on itch, but I can't find it. Maybe he privated it? Something? Weird. Use Grok? Watch this. Watch his How I Made a Game in 30 Days and do what he did. How I Made a Game in 30 Days? Like we have done that before too. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, unfortunately, Horse Game 2 is not... Oh, I see. Making a dialogue system is easy. Horse Game 2... Devlog? Did you ever use Box 2D? I did not know. Yeah, but I think I want to use... What is the physics engine that the biggest players in the gaming industry use for their 3D projects? It is physics and... Is it Jolt physics? Bullet? No, Havok. Yeah, Havok is used. Jolt, Havok, and physics, right? And what is wait? What is Dark Souls using again? Physics is Dark Souls. Let's see, Dark Souls physics engine. Let me see here. Dark Souls physics engine. Was it Souls engine? What does it not say that? Havok engine for physics. Yeah. So that's it. It's Havok. Havok costs money, but Jolt is free. And which other big game used Jolt? There was one Jolt guy. No, not Godot. I know about that. I forgot which one it was. Horizon. Oh yeah, Horizon. That's true. So this game right here, guys, uses the Jolt physics engine. Horizon Zero Dawn, right? This video game on Steam. This massive game. It's crazy, right? They use Jolt, and Jolt is free. Correct? It doesn't cost any money? Well, game, there's a woman in it. It's open source. Wasn't Jolt written especially for Horizon? I don't know. That's crazy good. That's amazing. Please shout out our name, Johnny Bowser. Okay, Johnny Bowser, whatever that means. There you go. Open source is not the same as free for commercial use. I know that. I know that. I think it's still free though. I'm not confusing the two. That's why I'm asking. Well, because maybe I'm thinking about using Jolt. It's MIT license. Bro, watch the video I suggested. I don't have time for that today, but I will watch it next time, okay? I'm already like an hour later. I'm an hour late. MIT is free, okay. Guys, yeah, I will rate Mr. Cap. He's back to streaming, that's awesome. Mr. T-Cap is online, my brothers. I'm gonna send you over to him. Ad's gonna end in 17 seconds anyways, so perfect timing, actually. Cool. Guys, I hope you enjoyed today's stream. I think we made good progress on the system here. Thank you guys for following. And I will try to make this... play around with this off stream a little bit more. I think that looks good. What are you gonna do with physics, Cakes? When we get to a 3D game, I want to make a 3D engine in C++ and test out what... I'm not gonna do physics myself because I'm too stupid for that. So I will use an engine, a physics engine for that. And if Jolt is sufficient... We're talking about next year, right? Yeah, probably, or this year when I have more time, if I'm able to quit my job or something. Why not C? We'll see. C++, C is very close to each other. We'll see, right? Anyways, guys, I'm gonna send you over to Mr. Cap. Thank you very much for the big support. Hope you had fun today. I will be online tomorrow. Same time, same place, yeah? You guys have a great day. Yeah, I know they lack operator overloading, but yeah. See you tomorrow, guys. Have a great day and peace. Bye-bye. On YouTube as well. See you